All right, good morning. I'd like to call to order this April 30th, 2024 special meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call, please?
Supervisor Capps?
Here.
Supervisor Hartman?
Here.
Supervisor Nelson?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Here.
And Chair Lavanino.
I'm here.
Let the record reflect that Supervisor Williams is participating remotely today.
And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Supervisor Williams, who'd like to make a short announcement.
I am just sick today, so I am operating remotely per provision in the Brown Act to reduce spread of sicknesses.
Well, thank you for that. We really appreciate it. So at this time, if everyone could please stand and join the board in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next item of business, our CEO's report.
There's no report this morning.
No
Chair.
report this morning. So, Madam Clerk, are there any announcements or changes to our agenda?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, I do have a couple quick announcements this morning. We posted an addendum to the agenda on Friday, April 26, adding closed session to today's agenda. The closed session agenda added to today's agenda is under conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9, American Medical Response West, v. County of Santa Barbara et al., Santa Barbara County Superior Court case number 23CV04250. This addendum has been posted and made available to the board and the public. And in addition, for the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that number is 805-568-2240. And lastly, I just wanted to make a quick announcement to any members of the public that are planning on presenting a either PowerPoint presentation or PDF slides during today's hearing to please indicate that on your slip. To the clerk in the corner, Leah Graham. That would be very helpful. And when we are calling your name, if you are the second runner-up, if you can please indicate what presentation that is that you would like to be displayed, that would also be very helpful. And that concludes my announcements for today.
Okay, thank you very much. So now's the time for members of the public to speak on items that are not on today's agenda. So if you're speaking about rezones or housing, now is not the time for you. But if you're speaking about something that's not on today's agenda, Madam Clerk, any request to speak on general public comment?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, it appears we have 2 requests to speak in general public comment today. And we are going to, is that Santa Barbara with David Diaz Blue Wolf, or I'm not seeing him on Zoom. And so, yes, we are going to Santa Barbara with David Diaz Blue Wolf, to be followed by Marcus Lopez. David Diaz Blue Wolf in Santa Barbara.
Excuse me, we'll let Marcus go first, please, and he's standing right here next to me. Thank you very much.
Alrighty, we will begin with Marcus Lopez, and then to be followed by David Diaz Blue Wolf, who's our final speaker on general public comment.
Good
Marcus?
morning, Board of Supervisors, Santa Barbara County. My name is Marcus V. Lopez. Dear County Board of Supervisors, on April 25th, 2024, I witnessed the destruction of Shalawa, the secret site of the Chumash, as trucks, skip loaders, engine monitors, and the China Island Restoration Organization workers contributed to the continued genocide and ethnic cleansing of and against the Chumash people by the lack of transparency. As I approached this site and asked questions regarding the now fenced-off area of Shalawa and the planned construction of the development project, I was met with silence, and this reminded me of ethnic cleansing and genocide from the history of California to the present time. I have contacted Santa Barbara County Board of Super Representative Josh Williams, the Park Planning Director Ryan Kopsky, and the California Coastal Commission and informed them of our concern. To no avail, they have not responded and have ignored my plea to protect the site of Shalawa, to meet with me and to see what plans to protect the site were in place. They have all declined to respond. The site is an historic, federally recognized site, a sacred site for Chumash peoples. The particular place is sacred in past agreements with the United Chumash Council, the Environmental Defense Council, and others have been ignored since 1985 agreements and have been swept underneath the rug. The present project that is desecrating and destroying our ancestors have my concerns, and a call for actions are: 1, the total area is not being protected. 2, the fence has been put up, ignores the most sensitive area of the site. The soil that is being dumped has not been tested of contaminants. Indian monitors lack proper qualifications to be monitors. California Coastal Commission permits and proper environmental impact reports have not been issued. A free prior informed consent by all Chumash bands of the Santa Barbara area have not been occurred. A formation of a Chumash ad hoc task force to review past, present, and future plans of development, and the creation of a body of Chumash peoples that oversee and protect the Shalawa to stop further acts of genocide. I am demanding a cease and desist order in the present construction of Shalawa from the Santa Barbara Board of Supervisors, you, madams and gentlemen. Our review of the Indian monitors and a review of the Indian monitors as to their qualifications, knowledge of Shalawa, and all parties related to these plans of desecration and destruction of Shalawa. Stop the continued disease of genocide and ethnic cleansing of our Chumash community, particularly on the site known as Shalawa. Hammond's Meadow. Sincerely, Marcus V. Lopez. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Lopez, just a quick question. Can you give us the exact location and exactly who's doing the work?
That is it's called Hammond's Meadow, and it's in the coastline of Montecito, right by the Cor Casino. Down further in the coast area. You can look it up and Google it. It's there. The other, David, the other site, what is known? David? The other site is known as what?
Shawalawa and Hammond's Beach.
No, what else?
Hammond's Beach.
Beg your pardon?
Hammond's Beach
Hammond's
area.
Beach, yes.
Yep. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Nothing. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now go to David Diaz Blue Wolf. We will remain in Santa Barbara, and he is our final speaker.
Thank you very much, Santa Barbara County. Trying to figure out, it sort of seems like your clerk of the board staff, they're so nice and honest in receiving a letter from Alexandria, the executive assistant, indicating that she had no knowledge of anything going on, and meanwhile, after she spoke, all of a sudden there's all this activity going on, and when I approached with Marcus, the ceremonial place where my family's buried, it turns out the Indian monitors had no legal gear on, no helmets, no tools. They're not even excavating around the dirt that's being brought, because if it's Montecito dirt, it's probably from the floods. And how do we know there's no bodily remains of my ancestral peoples and your Thomas Fire victims, perhaps homeless people who were never even identified or acknowledged during the floods? I mean, something's way off base, and I'm just surprised that this desecration game has been going on for as long as it has, because it is documented in your county records. It was entered into the National Parks Register, and the first one with the state of California Heritage Commission. So we're trying to figure out, what are we doing? Do you people on the Board of Supervisors actually have any power to tell the Parks Director, the new one, who's just continuing this game? Because Alexandria told us that a while back that that the people had to file for a new permit because it was due past, because there was no activity. And so I'm just, Santa Barbara County, wake up. it almost feels like some of these people are representatives behind all the schemes in administrative offices upstairs. Apparently, did they go to Trump University or what? What's going on here? Nobody's listening to this constituency they're supposed to be advocating for and protecting. Thank you very much.
And that concludes general public comment for today.
Supervisor Hartman.
Director Plowman, do you know anything offhand, or could you find out more and just report back to the board what's happening?
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Hartman, there is a permit that has been issued to do restoration work at Hammond's Meadow. I can look into a bit more and provide a report back.
Sure, just make sure proper consultation has occurred, and thank you.
Okay, that closes out general public comment. That takes us to departmental item number 1. Madam Clerk, can you please read that into the record?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the County Planning Commission's recommendations to follow the procedures outlined below and above and approve case numbers 24 GPA 3, 24 GPA 4, 24 GPA 5, 24 RZN 1, 24 RZN 2, 24 ORD 7, 24 ORD 8, and 23 EIR 4 to implement select programs of the 2023 through 2031 Housing Element Update and approve rezone sites and select county-owned sites to accommodate the county's Regional Housing Needs Allocation, RHNA, plus the 15% buffer for the lower and moderate income levels.
Okay, thank you. At this point, the board will go through our ex parte communications because we're sitting in a quasi-judicial role here. Let's start with Supervisor Nelson, since most of this is going to be, we're going to go ahead and do North County ex parte only on North County projects at this point. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I just wanted to clarify, this is actually a legislative procedure, but
okay.
Because it involves individual properties, our county procedures recommend ex parte.
Got it. Okay, Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. Obviously, many conversations with community members at grocery stores and at church and anywhere you go about some of these projects over the last couple of years, but specifically to various sites. The Element Church site, I've met with Michael Reed, Aaron Carberg, Pete Newman, and the Element Church Board. Keysite 11, I met with Pat Cusack and Jacob Weintraub. Keysite 10, I met with Pete Newman, the property owner there. The LDS property, I met with project planner Brian Schwartz and Jennifer Rice. On the Chumash property, I've met with Sam Cohen. On the Boys and Girls property, I've met with Berto Rodriguez, Tom Martinez, Dan Lillard, and the Board of Directors for the Boys and Girls Club. On the Constellation and Apollo projects, I met with Presh and Atul Patel, Gilda Cordova, Peter Simmons, various community members, and actually had a community meeting in the Vandenberg Village area about this project. Keysite 1, I met with attorney Olivia Marr and project applicant Brandon Mann. Keysite 16, I've met with PCEC management on that, including Phil Brown, and let's see what else I have on here. Keysite 26, Richard Ranch. Met with Michael Stolte, Davian Mavis, Pat Arnold, neighbor Susan Bryant, Lori Tamura, Jocelyn Brennan, City of Santa Maria officials, staff, and elected officials. Also, I've talked to various community members throughout the community that are interested in that project. As well as my ex parte. In reviewing my ex parte last night and reviewing the materials for this week, I realized that I have 2 campaign contributions that come in conflict with the Levine Act, SB 1439. I received over $500 from the South Coast Chamber PAC and over $500 from the Home Builders Association PAC. South Coast Chamber is advocating for and partnering with some of the South County projects. And HBAC board member Michael Stolte is a project applicant for Keysite 26. I have instructed my campaign treasurer to fully refund both those campaign contributions immediately.
Supervisor Hartman.
Yes. So I submitted my ex parte by public records in writing, but I also received a contribution from the Home Builders Association, so I'll have to figure out, I guess I have to return that, so thank you.
Supervisor Capps.
I will submit, I think it's a good idea to submit this in writing as well, but the three ex partes for this conversation would be meetings my team and I had with Michael Stoltley regarding Quayside 26, Lori Tamura regarding Apollo Way, and regarding the Latter-day Saints project, Brian Schwartz and Jennifer Rice. Thank you.
Okay, I've also met with Michael Stolte with Quayside 26, Richards Ranch on October 19th and February 22nd. Also had conversations and meetings with on the Boys and Girls Club project with Berto Rodriguez, and also conversations with Mr. Tom Martinez last week. Okay, that takes care of ex parte. We will now go into our staff presentation.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Plowman. Oh,
Mr.
I'm sorry. You're this is probably going to happen throughout the day. Supervisor Williams.
It's all good. My ex parte communications, including meeting with the applicants for the Latter-day Saints site on Wednesday, April 24th, the Apollo Way on Thursday, April 25th, Richards Ranch, multiple meetings, Tuesday, November 1st, 2023, Thursday, January 4th, 2024, Friday, February 9th, 2024, Monday, April 22nd, 2024, and a phone call this morning. Key Site 1 applicants was yesterday, Monday, April 29th, 2024. And in the distant past, I have met with the Key Site 3, which is only peripherally relevant. And I do not believe I have any Living Act conflicts, but I will disclose them if I become aware of them.
Okay, and we will now move to our staff presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Today we are having our first special hearing, and Friday we have our second special hearing in our final step of a nearly 3-year effort to update the county's housing element. This is the 6th cycle for the housing element updates, and they extend from 2023 to 2031. In this cycle, the county received a substantial allocation of 5,664 units, and that was divided by SB-CAG between the North County and the South County. The South County received 4,142, and North County received 1,522. So the first step in this process was the preparation and adoption of the housing element that includes programs and policies, and that was done by the board in December of last year. These hearings are focused on the rezoning of land, and that's because when we did our sites inventory, when we initiated the housing element process, we did not have sufficient sites at the right zoning to meet our, it is on, but it's not very loud. Thanks, Chris. It's hard to hear. I'll speak more directly. We didn't have sufficient sites to meet the RENA allocation, and so we were required to rezone properties to do so. I just want to say before we start that the team has worked very, very hard and long on this process, and they've done a great job. And I really appreciate all their hard work, and I want to introduce them. I have Alex Tuttle, the Deputy Director of Long Range Planning, to my left, then Alan Bell, Supervising Planner, Hannah Thomas, Planner, Jesse Blossom Steele, or Steele Blossom, sorry, Steele Blossom, who's our Project Manager, and then we have Eva Marrero. So with that, I would like to turn it over to staff for the presentation.
Thank you, Lisa. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay. So again, I'm Jessie Steele Blossom, and we'll get started talking about the Housing Element Update rezone amendments. The county's Housing Element Update. The county's Housing Element Update process consists of 2 steps. Step 1 is to adopt the 2023-2031 Housing Element Update, and Step 2 is to adopt rezones and county-owned sites to accommodate the county's share of regional housing needs, or RHNA, plus a 15% buffer for the lower and moderate income levels. As Director Plowman mentioned, on December 5th of 2023, the Board of Supervisors adopted the housing element update, thus completing step 1. The county submitted the adopted element to the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or State HCD, for final review. On January 22nd of this year, State HCD notified the county that the housing element update was in substantial compliance with state housing element law. The Board of Supervisors must now complete step 2 by selecting rezone sites and county-owned sites to accommodate the RHNA plus the 15% buffer for the lower and moderate income levels. Selecting these sites would also require the board to adopt comprehensive plan amendments to implement programs 1 and 3 of the housing element update. The Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA, specifies how many new homes and the affordability of those homes that the county must accommodate during the housing element planning period. The county's 2023 to 2031 RHNA totals 5,664 new units for the unincorporated county. These units fall into 4 income levels: very low, low, moderate, and above moderate, and they also fall within 2 subregions, the South Coast and the North County. For purposes of the housing element update and our presentation, lower income includes both the very low and low income levels. No net loss law is a state law that requires the county to identify and rezone additional sites within 180 days if, at any time throughout the planning period, the county lacks sufficient sites to meet its RHNA for any income level. For example, this could happen if housing developments build out with lower levels of affordable units than what was anticipated in the housing element. So to help avoid additional rezones, the county added a 15% buffer to its lower and moderate income RHNA. There is no buffer for the above moderate income level because the county has a surplus of land that is zoned to accommodate above moderate income housing. Ooh. Sorry, let's go back a little bit. It's skipping all over the place. No, I'm all the way back. Sorry about that. All right, this slide that we have here shows the county's North County RHNA and current capacity by income level as reported in the housing element update. If you look at the red cell on the bottom row, you can see that the county has a shortage of 487 lower income units. And I'd like to note that the Balancing Act tool has updated numbers that differ from this table based on changes to several of the pending projects. In the South Coast, the county has a shortage of 1,664 lower income units and 850 moderate income units, as shown in the bottom row of this table. State law and Program 1 of the Housing Element Update require that the county accommodate its shortfall of lower and moderate income units. Program 1 also requires that the county accommodate the 15% buffer. As mentioned previously, the county will accommodate the RHNA plus the buffer through a combination of both rezones and housing development on county-owned sites. The housing element identifies more potential rezone sites and county-owned sites that are necessary to accommodate the RHNA plus the buffer. Therefore, the Board of Supervisors have some flexibility in selecting sites. I want to highlight a few of the things that the board should consider as it selects rezone sites, and we'll cover those over the next couple slides. First, we have affordability assumptions. The housing element update provides different affordability assumptions for the South Coast and the North County. In the North County, the county assumed that housing projects on potential rezone sites would result in 65, 70, or 75% lower income units depending on the zone density, and the table on this slide shows the breakdown. As you can see, the percentage of lower income units increases with the density, while the percentage of moderate income units remains the same, and the percentage of above moderate income units decreases. At the highest density, the county assumes North County rezone sites will develop with 75% lower, 25% moderate, and 0 above moderate income units. Housing costs are higher on the South Coast, so the county assumed that potential rezone sites in the South Coast would result in fewer lower income units. With 3 exceptions, the housing element update applies a 50-25-25 methodology to all South Coast rezone sites, meaning it assumes that sites will develop with 50% lower, 25% moderate, and 25% above moderate income units. The 3 exceptions affect Georgie, Glen Annie, and San Marcos growers. State HCD set a maximum of 300 lower income units for both Georgie and Glen Annie, given their large size and several other factors. San Marcos growers submitted a builder's remedy application before the housing element update was adopted, so the county is using the number of units from their application. As a result of these affordability assumptions, more rezone sites will be needed to accommodate the South Coast RHNA compared to the North County. State law requires that the county apply a minimum residential density of at least 20 units per acre to all rezone sites that are used to accommodate the county's lower income RHNA. The county will also apply a maximum density to these sites to set an upper limit for housing projects. The county will add 3 new zoning designations to its zoning ordinances that set both a minimum and maximum density, and they include Design Residential, or DR 20/25, DR 20/30, and DR 30/40. As an example, DR 2030 sets a minimum density of 20 units per acre and a maximum density of 30 units per acre. It's important to note that increasing the minimum density would increase the certainty that sites will develop with a certain number of units, and decreasing the minimum would mean that the county will need to select more rezone sites to meet the RHNA. Increasing the maximum density could impact the analysis of the program EIR, which we'll talk more about later. On January 9th, 2024, the Board of Supervisors held a public hearing to discuss criteria and priorities for selecting rezone sites. The board recommended the criteria that is listed on this slide here, which are arranged in no particular order, and they include the following: projects that include low, moderate, and upper moderate income housing, including projects that provide more than the bare minimum of affordable units. And in this case, upper moderate would include projects that are for households earning 120 to 200% of the area median income. The board also expressed a preference for projects where the developers partner with a housing nonprofit or the county housing authority to help achieve the county's affordability targets, or to donate a portion of their land to a nonprofit to develop the deed-restricted units. The board also expressed an interest in projects that partner with employers or otherwise offer units to the local workforce through master leases, right of first offer, or other innovative ideas. Projects that conform to the respective community plan. Projects that provide for on-site public recreation amenities or community spaces, including the potential for ball fields. Projects that forego builder's remedy and seek a rezone instead. Projects that are located along travel corridors where jobs are located and provide some type of mixed-use development. Projects that include a mix of both for sale and rental units. Projects that provide affordable units that are deed restricted for an extended period of time. And lastly, pending projects that require a rezone in order to facilitate the development of lower and moderate income housing on site. State law and Program 1 of the housing element require that the county permit development on qualifying for sale and rental multifamily housing projects on rezoned sites as a use by right if they are zoned at a density of at least 20 units per acre and they provide at least 20% of the units for lower income households. As defined in state law, use by right means that the housing project is not subject to discretionary review or environmental review under CEQA. Projects that include a subdivision or other discretionary requests do not qualify for use by right. The county must amend its zoning ordinances to include use by right provisions, and as such, attachments 6 and 9 of the board letter include amendments to the County Land Use and Development Code and Coastal Zoning Ordinance, respectively. After the county released its draft housing element update last year, it received 15 applications for builder's remedy projects, which are summarized in attachment 15 of the board letter. These applications include 4 potential rezone sites, 2 pending projects, and 9 other sites that were not included in the housing element update. The 4 potential rezone sites that are invoking builder's remedy are San Marcos Growers, Georgie, Montessori, and Keysite 26. If the county identifies and rezones sufficient other sites to accommodate its lower income RHNA, then the county would not need to rezone these builder's remedy sites. However, if the sites were to be rezoned, the county would be able to apply more objective standards, such as standards that help with site design, like open space and landscaping, and they would be able to apply more standards than they would otherwise be able to under builder's remedy. Additionally, rezoning these sites is necessary if the county wants to count the units toward its RHNA. The 2 pending projects with builder's remedy applications, which are Baylord and Tatum, are located on sites that are inconsistent with current zoning, but nonetheless, builder's remedy requires that the county approve them even without a rezone. Therefore, the county may, but is not required to, rezone these sites since they are included in the site's inventory as pending projects and they were analyzed in the program EIR. Similar to rezone sites, it may be beneficial to rezone these pending project sites so that the county can apply more objective standards. Furthermore, Baylord and Tatum have stated that they would withdraw their builder's remedy applications and change their projects to include more affordable units if the county rezones them. There are 9 sites with builder's remedy applications that were not included in the site's inventory and were not analyzed in the program EIR. As a result, the county cannot rely on these sites to implement Program 1 and accommodate its RHNA. However, the county may count units on these sites toward its RHNA as they develop in the future. On March 27th and April 1st, the County Planning Commission held public hearings and made recommendations to the Board of Supervisors regarding potential rezone sites and county-owned sites. The next few slides will show the sites that they selected. In the North County, the Planning Commission recommended rezoning 8 sites, including Apollo, Blue Sky Center, Shumash LLC, Key Sites 10 and 11, Mariposa Real, Boys and Girls Club, and Hummel Cottages. These sites would meet the North County RHNA and provide a surplus of 275 lower income units, 416 moderate income units, and 906 above moderate income units. For the South Coast, the Planning Commission recommended rezoning 16 out of the 18 sites, which are listed on this slide here and the next. They include Van Wingerden 1 and 2, Hope Church, St. Vincent's East and West, San Marcos Growers, Tatum, and Montessori. And they also selected St. Athanasius, Scott, Equil, Caird 1, 2, and 3, Friendship Manor, and Glen Annie. Lastly, the County Planning Commission also recommended that the board select all 9 county-owned sites for future housing development, which are listed on this slide here. With all the potential rezone sites and county-owned sites in the South Coast that were selected by the Planning Commission, the county would meet its South Coast RHNA and have a surplus of 228 lower, 254 moderate, and over 2,600 above moderate income units. Rezoning sites to accommodate the county's RHNA plus the buffer requires amending text and maps of various parts of the county's comprehensive plan, including the land use element, the circulation element, coastal land use plan, community plans, and zoning ordinances. Final changes will depend on which sites are selected for rezoning. Programs 1 and 3 of the housing element update also required that the county add additional standards to the zoning ordinances for certain types of projects. We'll briefly review these rezone-related amendments, but Section 3 of the board letter describes them in more detail. Because the county is amending the zoning designation of rezone sites to include both a minimum and maximum density, the county must also amend the underlying land use designation so that both designations are consistent with one another. Changing the land use designation requires amendments to the text and maps of the land use element, which are included as Attachment 3, Exhibits A and D of the board letter. All rezone sites must be located within the urban area in order to accommodate high-density residential development. 3 potential rezone sites are currently located in the rural area, and rezoning them would require an amendment to the land use element's rural region maps in order to expand existing or create new urban areas. These sites include Glen Annie and Van Wingerden 1 and 2. Though these sites are located within the rural area, they adjoin existing residential neighborhoods or urban areas, thus making them logical extensions of the urban area. For example, Glen Annie adjoins the city of Goleta, and Van Wingerden 1 adjoins the city of Carpinteria. Van Wingerden 2 also adjoins an existing county designated urban area. The amendments to the rural region maps to effectuate the urban-rural boundary changes can be found in attachments 3 and 7 of the board letter. Staff is also proposing a new parks and recreation policy in the land use element that would apply to future housing development. This policy would require the incorporation of connections for public use with or between existing bikeways, pedestrian routes, and other trail infrastructure where applicable. This policy will promote healthy communities by increasing walkability, multimodal transportation, neighborhood connectivity to and between commercial services, and public recreational opportunities. This policy would also complement other parks and recreation policies in the land use element and mitigation measures identified in the program EIR to reduce vehicle miles traveled, or VMT. This policy can be found in attachment 4 of the board letter. 2 potential rezone sites in the North County are key sites that are described in the Orca Community Plan, and those sites are key sites 10 and 11. If the board selects these sites for rezoning, certain policies will need to be updated to reflect new zoning and land use designations. Figure key site 11-1, which includes zoning and land use information, will also need to be updated. Attachment 3, Exhibit B, includes the Orca Community Plan amendments as recommended by the Planning Commission. The county is also proposing an amendment to the circulation element. The circulation element identifies capacities called levels of service, or LOS, that are considered acceptable normal operations for different roadways and intersections. However, in some areas, these LOS standards could represent a significant constraint to housing projects and the county's obligation to meet its RHNA and remove barriers to housing development. Staff anticipates that some housing projects enabled by the rezones could result in some roadway and intersections operating below current LOS standards, and improvements that would be necessary to fully offset a project's impacts to roadway or intersections may be infeasible due to physical limitations, or they may render projects infeasible. To help alleviate this constraint, staff is proposing to amend the circulation element to add an exemption from LOS standards for qualifying projects on housing sites that are relied upon to meet the county's RHNA. This exemption clarifies that projects must still implement roadway and intersection improvements to address effects on LOS as determined acceptable by County Public Works. And they are only exempted from fully offsetting impacts if doing so would render the project infeasible or require a reduction in density. Staff believes this is consistent with various state housing laws, including the Housing Accountability Act, which limits a jurisdiction's ability to deny housing projects or reduce their density, especially if it's an affordable housing project, unless there is a specific public health or safety impact. This is an interim measure while staff works on a comprehensive update to the county's circulation element, which will include an analysis of roadway and intersection standards and appropriate levels of service countywide. The LOS exemption and the circulation element amendment can be found in attachment 4 of the board letter. As mentioned earlier, Program 1 of the housing element directs the county to amend the zoning ordinances to reflect use by right provisions for qualifying projects on rezone sites. Accordingly, staff included these amendments in attachment 6 and attachment 9 to the board letter. Within these amendments, staff also included replacement housing provisions to implement Program 3. In short, these provisions require that existing or previously demolished housing units be replaced on non-vacant sites in the site's inventory. And now I'm going to hand it over to Hannah Thomas to talk about the program EIR.
Thank you, Jesse. Mr. Chair, the board. The housing element EIR is programmatic. A program EIR does not provide site-specific or project-specific analysis. Instead, the program EIR provided examples of potential rezoned sites that may result in environmental impacts if selected for specific resource areas. The program EIR analyzes a maximum build-out scenario. Specifically, the EIR analyzes the maximum potential build-out capacity scenario of all potential housing sites identified in the housing element update. Sites selected for rezone under the housing element update must include a minimum and a maximum density. The program ER analyzes the worst case assumption that all rezones would develop at that maximum density. The ER also assumes that eligible housing projects would use the state density bonus law to increase the number of units beyond those allowed by the proposed maximum density. The county identified more sites than necessary to meet the RENA plus the 15% buffer to provide the board with flexibility in site selection. Therefore, impacts will be less than projected in the program ER following site selection under Program 1 of the Housing Element Update, which directs the selection and adoption of potential rezone and county-owned sites, as we're here today. Nevertheless, some sites may be subject to future environmental review. Next slide, please. Oh, thank you. The program ER analyzed 16 environmental resource areas. Of these, 11 were determined to have significant and unavoidable impacts, as shown in the above table. The program ER identifies 26 feasible mitigation measures to reduce the severity of impacts to the greatest extent feasible. Nevertheless, impacts remain significant and unavoidable for these 11 resource areas. Next slide. The program ER analyzes 5 alternatives. Under the no project alternative, alternative 1, the county would implement the housing element update and would not achieve the state mandated 2023-2031 RENA. This alternative is not feasible as it is inconsistent with state housing law and general plan laws that mandate the implementation of a housing element update. The sustainable community strategy alternative, alternative 2, assesses the impacts of relocating housing capacity to rezone sites that are within the South Coast and the Santa Maria Valley, in particular sites that are within the county's identified high-quality transit corridor, and removing housing sites that cause significant impacts on vehicle miles traveled. The 3 reduced project alternatives, reduced projects A, B, and C, would implement all the same components of the proposed project, but analyze fewer sites for rezoning while meeting the county's RENA. Is everyone able to hear me? Yep, okay. The program ER analyzed the alternatives and selected the environmentally superior alternative, reduce project A, given it has reduced the relative severity of significant and unavoidable impacts to the greatest extent of the 4 feasible identified alternatives. Nonetheless, impacts remain significant and unavoidable under reduced project A, as well as for the other 3 feasible alternatives. Therefore, as described in attachment 1 of the board letter, the project is preferable to the alternative. Similarly, the adopted project will more closely resemble the impacts of a reduced project alternative following the board's selection of rezoned sites with the lower build-out potential than evaluated in the program ER. Finally, as described in the previous 2 slides, the project and 4 feasible alternatives would result in significant and unavoidable environmental impacts. CEQA requires the board approve a statement of overriding considerations, also known as an SOC, for the approval of a project that has a significant and unavoidable environmental impact. The SOC must document the project's legal, social and economic, and environmental benefits and show how they outweigh the significant and unavoidable environmental impacts. Legal benefits include accommodating the county's 2023-2031 RENA, as well as programs 1 and 2 of the housing element, and implementing the other 23 programs as required by state housing law. These actions will help ensure the 2023-2031 housing element update remains in substantial compliance with state housing law, and as a result, avoids any significant legal and financial penalties. Social and economic benefits. The project's goals, policies, and programs, including the rezone program, Program 1, will boost housing production throughout the unincorporated county. The requirement for significantly more housing in the South Coast targets the portion of the unincorporated county with the greatest housing needs. Environmental benefits. A large number of workers commute long distances to jobs on the South Coast. This increases fuel consumption and consequently generates greenhouse gas emissions, reduces air quality, and contributes to climate change. To address this, the Regional Housing Needs Allocation Plan requires 74% of the county's RENA to be developed in the South Coast, as Ms. Steele-Blossom described. Therefore, new housing opportunities on the South Coast will reduce worker commuter trips. Therefore, the legal, social, and economic and environmental benefits of the project outweigh the significant and unavoidable environmental impacts on the 11 resource areas, and the adverse environmental effects may be considered acceptable by the board. Now I will hand the presentation back to Ms. Jessie Steele Blossom to discuss comprehensive plan consistency.
Thanks, Hannah. All right, we just have one more slide. And I'll talk briefly about comprehensive plan consistency. Staff reviewed the housing element update rezone amendments for consistency with applicable policies of the comprehensive plan, including the coastal land use plan and applicable community plans. Attachment 17 of the board letter presents the policy consistency analysis. This analysis includes a table that lists all of the applicable policies by topic area, such as aesthetics, biological resources, and transportation. And the table includes a description of how the rezone amendments comply with each policy. Staff concluded that the housing element update rezone amendments are generally consistent with the comprehensive plan, and the amendments are also consistent with the airport land use compatibility plan as determined by SBCAG in their letter dated April 18, 2024. All right. So before we begin reviewing North County potential rezone sites, I wanted to pause here and see if the board had any questions on the material we've covered so far.
Supervisor Hartman.
I had a couple of questions about the changed level of service LOS standard, the exemption. The first is, was that studied in the EIR? It came rather late, and I just would like to understand how we know what the environmental impact of that change will be.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Hartman, I'm going to ask that people turn their phones off, please. Thank you. This was not actually analyzed in the EIR, and that is because currently we analyze impacts associated with vehicle miles traveled. Historically, we had used LOS as the standard for CEQA, but that changed via state law a few years ago, and so we have transitioned. So the program EIR analyzes the vehicle miles traveled associated with the projects. The county did retain this LOS standard in our circulation element and our community plans. So you're correct, as it wasn't analyzed in the EIR, but when we started reviewing the circulation element and that standard and assessing what was required by state law, we believed that this exception was needed in a temporary form until we update the circulation element and can get a better sense of level of service that we can accommodate and still meet our housing mandate.
So if I'm here understanding correctly, you think this is a temporary measure till we get our circulation element updated?
That's correct.
Okay. And then I've been looking, we met with SBCAG to ask them about transportation management strategies, and they pointed us to the city of Santa Monica and the city of Denver that have TMD or TDM ordinances. Do we have that? Would that be, it requires developers to then come up with strategies to encourage greater use of alternative transportation mobility?
Yes. Can everyone hear me okay? Great. Yes, so we have mitigation measures similar to that. I worked on the City of Santa Monica's housing element on their transportation planning, so I'm familiar with their transportation demand management. And I'm going to point you to our mitigation measures in the EIR, and I'll give you the specific number in a moment. I'll pull it up. But we have 3 mitigation measures related to transportation, and I believe it is mitigation measure T-2. Has those kinds of components, so requirements for transportation improvements by developers where there's a causation kind of linkage, where they're not going to have to be contributing just to a whole system, but where your project is having an identifiable impact on transportation, then there are improvements that will be necessary for projects subject to that mitigation.
So developers are, the developers of these new rezone projects will have obligations then to follow through with trying to reduce traffic in their areas.
Yes, that is the purpose of the mitigation measure. I will describe, as the EIR shows, it's still potentially a significant unavoidable impact as standards show, but that will reduce impacts to our greatest extent we possibly can. And at some projects that might that may fully mitigate the impacts.
Sure. Okay, well, that's great. I may ask you on Friday to walk us through in more detail.
Yeah. Of
Thank
course.
you.
And I will add just on the VMT and LOS discussion, I'll point you to, and again, I'm happy to give you the page number in a moment. In our transportation section of the program ER, we have a methodology section midway through the chapter, and we do describe under state law why we're required to use VMT, what kind of this timing was, that whole process that gives hopefully a clear picture to the reader of why we're doing this approach.
Right. So when the state law changed, it's no longer required under CEQA. We still have it left over on our community plans.
Exactly. And we're not actually permitted under CEQA to analyze LOS from this kind of metric. And so that's just kind of an inconsistency. Yeah, of course.
Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, thank you so much, Supervisor Hartman, for bringing this up. I'm just hoping that our team, who are experts, can reiterate this on Friday, because it primarily impacts South Coast, and it's quite confusing for laymen, and I've gotten some questions. So if we could just make sure to, I'll bring it up, but thank you. Definitely important conversation. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair Lavanino. I have some questions about circulation as well, and then I have some about the environmental document. You said this would be temporary, but when a project files their map, they'll vest this exemption, right? Because even if we change it later on, because they will file their map, and I think it's really important for the whole board to understand, they'll get this exemption even if we later on change our circulation element. Is that correct?
Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Nelson, if they're complete before we change that, that's true. And then what I would like to add to that is that I think the big picture is that we have a number of state laws that tell us that we can't constrain the housing projects in a way that makes them infeasible. And so even when we update the circulation element, we're going to have to take that into consideration. So while this exception won't maybe live on in the form that it is, we're still going to have to make some kind of accommodation into the future.
Sure. No, and I get that. That's why I'm not sure we actually need this, because we're going to have to make that exception anyway. So, and I'll get to it here in a minute. So I want to make sure that we all understand that if we exempt these projects temporarily, and if they could become complete in the amount of time, which, knowing how long it takes things to get through long-range planning, it's probably going to be well over a year before we see this updated in our
That's correct.
Probably a year to 2 years is likely. Yeah. So I anticipate any project that wanted to take advantage of this would likely get their project in within a year to 2 years to make sure that they can satisfy the progress to make it through the housing element. They're going to want to get that in earlier and get completion. So I think this would really end up applying to most projects that are ready to go. Also, who determines infeasible? Is because that's a standard that I'm not clear on, and I don't know if we want to get into the business of making our staff have to be economic experts or developers to understand the feasibility there. So could you explain that to me a little bit more?
Sure. So Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, the way we have it structured currently is that developers are required to do a traffic analysis for their projects. We expect that analysis will identify improvements that would be needed to maintain the level of service that we currently identify in our community plans and comprehensive plan. And then we would work with them to analyze whether or not those improvements were financially viable for a project to bear. And that would have to involve a third-party economic analyst to help us work with the developer on their pro forma to make sure that we could understand what that project could bear financially. But it's certainly not something we're asking our public works staff to do. We need an expert to be able to come in and work with us on that.
Okay, thank you. And my other big concern is that there is really one pinch point that we're looking at in the whole entire housing element, which is obviously everything going on in Hollister with this level of service area. It troubles me that we're going to apply this standard, throughout the entire housing element, because we have a lot of other sites that I think will get in a wreck with this or be seeking this exemption because we made it available for the Hollister piece. would there be potentially a way for us to move forward with just carving out that section? Because we know that that is, it's constrained. I mean, it's a constrained in that area specifically. So it seems to make sense that we not have to apply the standard throughout the entire document and for all sites, just because it really is identified in one certain area. Would we be able to carve that out specifically?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I would say that we don't have a full understanding of where all of the pinch points are in the county, so there may be more than what we're seeing, what we anticipate to happen on Hollister. So that's why we suggested that it be broad. And also we suggested it because we wanted to make it clear for the decision makers, the public, and the applicants. Even if we did not extend this exception to a project in another area of the county, let's say Orcutt, for instance, in your district, if we did find that we were in the similar situation where there was a level of service that was going to constrain that project, we would still probably have to figure out a way to make that work because of the state housing laws.
Totally understand that, but I don't want to entice project applicants with this as an exemption that they might be able to take advantage of if it really isn't appropriate. You can get a engineer or traffic engineer to say almost anything on a project. I know that they have to stamp it and certify it, but there's a large margin between really diving into that. So I would prefer, if we move forward this, maybe we can discuss it more on Friday, that we just really make it in tight to that section, knowing that if we discover other things in our circulation element, because we're going to go ahead and do this over the next year or two, we might put additional exemptions in additional corridors. But it's really a concern, especially since most of these, at least for me, when I'm looking at some of these circulation issues, these are, public health and safety issues, pedestrian traffic, kids walking to school and whatnot. So I'm really concerned about addressing that and just having that exemption out there, because some of the fixes may be very expensive, and we need to get our arms around that and not let project applicants just think they can walk away from that just because they can rely on this exemption. We're going to be held accountable at some point for that. So I really just want to float that out there for us as we discuss this throughout the week. Getting back to the environmental document, the projects that are by right, because they have to satisfy the housing element, they're going to have to do additional site-specific environmental. So if it's by right, does it have to do any more additional environmental work?
Yeah, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, the by right provision that I think you're focusing on is in Program 1. And what Program 1 says is that if we have a shortage of lower income units and we need to rezone for those, subsequent projects that have been, sites that have been rezoned, if they come in and meet certain criteria, such as that they have at least 20% of the units affordable to lower income households, they would be a use by right. And use by right means that we can only apply objective standards to the project, and under this provision under the housing element law, they would be exempt from CEQA.
So they would not apply to the projects that are in the housing element right now? There would be no by right projects?
If the county rezones a project site, and then that developer comes in and meets the criteria for use by right, which again has to include a certain number of units, 16 or more, it has to be affordable, 20% for lower income, they can then qualify as the use by right. So right off the bat, we know we'll look at sites. This is only applicable to the sites that the county rezones at 20 units or more per acre. And then they come in, meet the income test, they provide enough lower income units, then they would potentially qualify as the use by right.
The anticipation, that's all of our projects, right?
It depends. I mean, yeah.
So a subdivision would require additional environmental, site-specific environmental?
Yeah, so when it comes to subdivisions, if the subdivision is wrapped up in it, then they're no longer eligible as a use by right. So then that would take away the exemption for CEQA as a use by right.
Okay, so there'll be additional CEQA if there's some type of subdivision or additional lot split that it happens on the property.
Yes.
I just want to concur with County Council that that sounds right.
I will, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I will add that
I was
that's,
actually asking County Council.
oh, I'm sorry, I was just following up. Council, do you have something to add?
Thank you, Supervisor Nelson. Yes, we can confirm that we agree with that.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we're there. If sites that aren't, oh, staff, sorry, I apologize.
That's okay. Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. I just wanted to add, because we know that a lot of these sites, especially the sites we're speaking about today, are rezoned sites, and many of them will be by right. That was the purpose of our programmatic analysis, is a lot of these mitigation measures are specifically tailored to be objective, to require objective analysis so that we can ensure as much environmental protection of these sites as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
If sites aren't selected today, are they still able to rely on this environmental document?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. If they are not selected and they have been analyzed as part of the document, they could potentially rely on portions of this document for subsequent environmental review. So it could get them kind of a start on their environmental review. It most likely would not cover everything, so there would be some level of environmental review required.
Would they also be covered by the statements of overriding consideration? Or would that be still a discretionary decision of the board? Because we wouldn't be making the same determinations for those projects, because these projects are being determined to satisfy our state requirement. So those ones would no longer be required to satisfy the state requirement. So we might not be able to make the same findings for a statement of overriding consideration. Is that correct?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I believe that's correct.
Okay. Am I on the right track with County Council? I just want to lay out the scenarios for us all as we kind of wrestle with it. Unless we fall into no net loss, what Supervisor Hartman's talking about.
So Supervisor Nelson, that's what I would say. Just it depends on what they apply for. So we would apply the standards for subsequent environmental review, and then it's very loud. And then okay. So the EIR would already be certified, so we would look to see how much that covers, and then based on what they're proposing, they might be able to rely on that and that certification, but it may require additional environmental review, which then would have additional findings by your board.
Okay. And then one of the challenges with Program 1 was this 20% affordability deed restricted. We had a hearing last year where our office presented some rental numbers that showed that affordability exists in the North County without deed restriction at a pretty high number. Could we potentially add to that section there that, if it's 20% affordable or unless the market already provides affordability at that stated level? Could we add maybe so that some of our North County projects that already meet affordability numbers, if we could go ahead and hit that without necessarily needing to unnecessarily do deed restriction? In the North County, deed restriction may make a project less affordable while still meeting our housing needs for the state level, because we have a different market here for rents.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I'm just looking at County Council to see if they're going to chime in, but it doesn't look like it. So I believe as we looked into this issue as to whether or not the state law requires that there be a deed restriction, it seems to be somewhat silent on that, even though maybe that was the intention for long-term affordability. So unless we hear otherwise, I do believe that you'd have that discretion to make that.
Okay, so as we discuss that a little bit further, that'd be my concern on the affordability for the developer to move a project forward, because I understand why the 20% needs to be in the South Coast because of the way the rents are there. And that's one of the reasons why we're saying that we need to keep affordability so low in the South Coast, is because you need to have the market rate to balance that out so that the project makes sense. Well, in the North County, they're equitable. So that deed restriction is just kind of a little bit of an anchor on a project where developers already going to be looking at less rents than they might get in the Santa Barbara market as they're moving forward. So I'd be interested in having something in there, a clause that allowed, if the market supported affordability by design, that we wouldn't require deed restricted on those properties. And I think it's really easy to look at the market rates and the rents in that area to determine that. So just those are my last comments on this section.
Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, I would just respond to that markets are transitory, changing, and to have deed restrictions guaranteeing affordability over time might be highly desirable, even in the North County. I've had situations where people suffering abuse, we've had to look for deed restricted low-income housing in Santa Maria area, and it's taken us several months. So I think that's something to bear in mind.
Supervisor Williams. Have any questions or?
No, I mean, I think I'm interested in the level of scrutiny on the financial viability of transportation mitigations, and so I'd love a little more detail on that, if staff can provide that, because obviously, if there is decent scrutiny, then this is substantive, and if there isn't, then it's not.
Okay.
So, Supervisor Williams, through the chair. So, when it is a tricky situation to be able to open a developer's books and look into it to see what they can afford. But I think in this circumstance, that's what we'll be asking to do, is to look into their pro formas to verify that the project can't bear the cost of the improvement. And those pro formas are pretty standard. I've seen them and I've worked on them over the years, and I think an economic consultant that is paid for by the county or paid for by the applicant through the county can do that analysis fairly easily to determine whether or not it would make the project infeasible, or that it would require a unit reduction in order to not have that impact at that intersection, or not, that LOS standard reduction. So I think it's a viable program, and which is why we recommended the exception, but with that provision that we have some outside assistance in making that determination. But I did want to add that this doesn't alleviate them 100%, right? We want to make sure that they can contribute what they can to an improvement. So it's not as if, I can't afford the $3 million that improvement's going to cost. We would ask them to contribute what that project can bear towards that improvement.
Have fun with that. That's going to be, yeah. Okay, that takes us to public comment. Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have today?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we have 23 speakers requesting to speak on this item.
Okay, so okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
What we had planned was for us to walk through the sites on our interactive map.
Got it.
So that everybody was aware which sites we were covering today, and then take public comment.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so once we do begin public comment, I just want you to know that we'll close the roll at that point for public comment. So if you're here, you'd like to speak, make sure you see Leah at the desk there and fill out a slip. Okay, let's take it back to staff and run through the sites.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board, for your questions. So I'll begin my portion of the presentation. I'm going to walk through the North County sites on the county's interactive map, and I'll share some brief key features for each one. The review is going to cover the 18 potential rezone sites in the North County and 2 of the North County pending projects from the housing element update that contain a proposed rezone component, those being Apollo and Constellation. Where's the mouse? Okay, can everybody see this? I'll zoom in, of course, side by side. So we're going to begin the review on the east side of the county in the Cuyama area, and we're going to move westward and south, and then go north to end in Orchid. So first on our list is the Blue Sky Center. This is a 37.88 acres parcel in size. It's currently vacant and is zoned Ag 110. The county could rezone this site to C2 and DR20, with the idea that the C2 portion of the rezone would abut the highway there and the remainder of the site would be in DR. If the county chooses to rezone this site, staff estimate that it could produce 50 moderate income units. Next, we'll move to our next site near Santa Ynez. Ooh, where am I going? Which is the Chumash LLC site. This site is comprised of 3 APNs totaling 5.89 acres. It's currently vacant and zoned C2 and Rec. The board could choose to rezone this site to DR 3040, which would produce 91 low income, 30 moderate income, and 0 above moderate income units. Now we'll move west. Where we have the Fong parcels. So on the left here, we've got Fong 1, on the right is Fong 2. Fong 1 is 2.36 acres in size and is zoned 7R1. Fong 2 is 2.35 acres in size and is also zoned 7R1. Both parcels are currently vacant. These sites could both be rezoned to DR 30/40, and under a rezone, staff estimate that Fong 1 could produce 53 lower income units, 17 moderate income units, and no above moderate income units, and Fong 2 could produce 34 lower income units and 11 moderate income units. Next, we'll move to the pending projects listed in the housing element that contain a rezone component. This larger one here is Apollo Way, and Apollo Way is a 26.11 acre vacant parcel zoned C2 and DR12. Developers have proposed a zoning designation of DR 2030 and REC, and the housing element update counted 302 above moderate income units on this site. The site also submitted a letter of intent, which we'll cover after this review. Constellation is next, and it is a 5.16 acre parcel zoned C2. The site is currently vacant, and the developers have proposed a rezone to C2 and DR 2030. And the housing element counted 60 above moderate income units on this site. The site also submitted a letter of intent. We'll now move to the Orchid area to review the rest of the North County rezone sites. Six of these rezone sites are near the Santa Maria Airport and fall within an airport safety zone. These are key sites 26, North Point HOA, Mariposa Real, Boys and Girls Club, Hummel Cottages, and Woodmere Villas. I'll note them again as they come up. In each of these cases, staff complied with SBCAG's Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan, in part by adjusting the projected unit build-out by reducing the densities on these sites according to their safety zone. For instance, staff did not calculate any units on portions of sites that fell within Airport Safety Zone 2, and they calculated a density of 20 to 25 units per acre on portions of the sites within Airport Safety Zone 4. So we'll start our review here with the key sites, 6 of which are identified as potential rezones, and we'll move east to west. First, we have Key Site 1. Key Site 1 is a 24.71 acre parcel, is vacant, and is currently zoned C2. The entirety of the parcel is the triangle that you see highlighted in turquoise here. The county could rezone the 8 acre portion of this site, which is a sliver on the left side in green, to MRO, leaving the rest of the site in C2. The current capacity under the C2 portion of the site is 181 moderate income units, and rezoning the sliver portion of the site to MRO could result in an additional 160 units in the above moderate income level. Key Site 3 is next on our list. The outer portion of Key Site 3, shown in purple on the map, is a pending project consisting of 119 above moderate income units, and which we count in our existing capacity. The inner 8-acre portion of the site is a potential rezone site. This portion of Key Site 3 is currently zoned MRO and is vacant. The county could rezone this part of the site to DR1, which would yield 8 above moderate income units. Next, we have Key Site 10. This site consists of 2 APNs totaling 16.7 acres. Both APNs are zoned PRD and are vacant. The housing element update shows a potential rezone of this site to DR 2030, and staff estimated that 172 units could be developed on this site. The Planning Commission recommended a change to this rezone site, in which only the southern APN would be rezoned to DR 2030 and REC for a total of 59 lower income units, 23 moderate income units, and 8 above moderate income units. Next, we have Key Site 11. The site is vacant, zoned C2 and REC, and is partially constrained by the 100-year floodway. The housing element considers a rezone to DR 2030 on the southern portion of the parcel, leaving the northern portion of the parcel in C2. The housing element counted 52 lower income units, 36 moderate income units, and 8 above moderate income units as the potential on this site. Key Site 16 is next. This site is vacant, consists of 2 APNs as well, and is zoned C2. It totals 11.78 acres. The county could rezone this site to DR 3040 and C2, and the site could produce 68 lower income units and 49 moderate income units if rezoned. The last of the key sites that were identified as potential rezone sites is Key Site 26. Key Site 26 is shown here in hash marks, and it's the 4 westernmost parcels on the map. The site is 43.63 acres overall and zone C2. Rezoning this site would involve leaving the same designations for the 3 smaller APNs, those being the 2 teardrop-shaped APNs on the west and this sort of average-sized APN here on the upper portion, and rezoning the southern largest APN to DR 3040. The whole site is currently vacant, and the housing element estimated unit build-out on this site at 425 lower income units, 161 moderate income units, and 0 above moderate income units. The developer for this site has submitted a letter of intent, which will also be summarized in a subsequent slide. This site falls partially within Safety Zone 2 and 4 of the Santa Maria Airport. This site also, as Mrs. Steele Blossom mentioned, has submitted a builder's remedy application. Adjacent to Key Site 26 is North Point HOA. This site is vacant and currently zoned DR 3.3. It totals 8.75 acres. The county could rezone this site to DR 2025, which could yield a minimum of 62 lower income units, 24 moderate income units, and 9 above moderate income units. This site also falls partially within Safety Zone 2 and within Safety Zone 4 of the Santa Maria Airport. South of North Point is Mariposa Real. This site consists of 2 APNs, one at 4.79 acres in size and one at 6.04 acres. These sites are both currently zoned DR 3.3, and the northern parcel is vacant, while the southern one is largely developed with apartments. The county would rezone the entire site to DR 2025 and estimates a unit build-out of 90 lower-income units on the vacant and undeveloped portions of the site. This site falls within Safety Zone 4 of the airport. East of Mariposa Real is the Boys and Girls site, highlighted here in turquoise. The site is zoned DR 3.3, is also currently vacant, and is 14.9 acres in size. The housing element shows a potential rezone to DR 2025 with an estimated unit build-out of 39 lower-income units, 15 moderate-income units, and 9 above moderate-income units. The Planning Commission recommended a modified plan for this site with only 4 acres rezoned to DR 2025, leaving the remainder in DR 3.3. This site is also within Airport Safety Zone 4. South of the Boys and Girls Club, we have Hummel Cottages. Hummel Cottages is 4.47 acres and zoned DR 4.6. Most of the site is developed with apartments. The county could rezone the site to DR 2025 and count units on the undeveloped portion of the site. The housing element estimated 30 lower-income units on this site. Hummel Cottage also falls within Airport Safety Zone 4. Next on the list is Woodmere Villas. This site totals 17.55 acres and is mostly vacant, with a small parking lot and retention basin on site. The site is zoned DR 3.3. The housing element proposed a rezone to DR 2025 on this site and estimated a build-out of 168 lower-income units, 65 moderate-income units, and 25 above moderate-income units. This site also falls within Safety Zone 4. Next on the list, we have Element Church. Element Church is just north of Keysite 11 and is 3.83 acres in size. It's zoned 10R1 and is partially developed with a church on site. This site could be rezoned to DR 2030 and could yield 15 lower income units, 7 moderate income units, and 8 above moderate income units. Table 8 of the board letter, which you have in front of you, accidentally omits Element Church, which should be shown in gray shading. It was not recommended to rezone by the Planning Commission. And with that, we're finished with our interactive map review of the sites. And perhaps now we can open up to public comment.
Well, let's first see if there's any questions on that run through from board members. Seeing none here. Supervisor Williams. You know, Supervisor Williams, just yell out or something if you've got something so that I know. Otherwise, I can't see you all the time. So, or if you want to do the raise hand feature, maybe our staff. Okay. All right. So at this point, we will move to public comment. Usually when we have this amount of speakers, we cut the time down, but since this is our only focus today, we're going to go ahead and go full 3 minutes for each speaker. And we'll be ready when the clerk is.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, yes, we have 29 requests to speak on this item, and we are going to begin on Zoom with Faith Dieter, to be followed by Michael Mazie. Faith? And for those of you on Zoom, you do not need to use the raised hand feature. We will call on you. Thank you.
And Faith, just 1 second. Just for anybody here, this is the last call for public comment. We're closing public comment after this speaker finishes. So if you don't have your slip in, you will not be on the list. Go ahead, Faith.
And Faith, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end to provide your comments.
Hi there. My name is Faith Dieter. I am the vice chair of the Santa Barbara County Riding and Hiking Advisory Committee. I'm a resident of San Ynez, and I'm also a licensed marriage and family therapist. I'm speaking today to encourage you to prioritize the housing projects that include green space, walking paths, and connectivity with amenities around them. I've heard you guys mention some of that today, and I'm strongly in support of that. There are a few projects that I believe meet these criteria. I believe one is Glen Annie, another one is San Marcos Ranch, and another one may be Tatum. Because the well-being of people is more than the housing, which is important, but also from the physical health and mental and emotional health of people, being able to get outside into some beautiful spaces, walk around, meet their neighbors. It's also a really great thing to include with the housing. So that's all I wanted to say. And thank you so much for everything you're doing.
We will now go to Michael Mazie to be followed by Mary Ellen Brooks. Michael?
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Michael Massey. I'm proudly here today to represent the almost 200 members of Generation Build and our request that you please approve the rezoning of Richards Ranch and work to address the housing policy crisis in our community. Housing just isn't an issue in our community, it's the issue. For too long, employers have struggled to hire and retain employees due to the lack of housing in our area. The over 15,000 families that qualify for affordable housing on the Central Coast are crying out for officials to take this issue seriously. Orca needs this. They need the commercial component so residents don't have to take a 10 to 15-minute drive just to go get groceries and other needed goods. Our voices must and will be heard. Our friends and our children's livelihoods on the Central Coast depend on it. Children growing up on the Central Coast deserve to know that they can have a future here as adults, even if their parents cannot provide financial assistance. Families should be able to afford and live in homes that fit their family size. People who are trying to invest in our communities and bring our most needed commodity, which is housing, should be able to invest in our community and build homes. Developers should be working hand in hand with local officials to try their best to fix the supply and demand issue. And the fact that supply and demand, that demand is simply people living, we have to address supply. Thank you so much, and we urge you to please vote to approve the rezoning of this area and to do everything you can to try to get as much housing through as possible. Thank you.
We will now go to Mary Ellen Brooks to be followed by Ted Wendell. Mary Ellen Brooks?
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Mary Ellen Brooks, and I'm speaking today as President of Citizens Planning Association. I have to say that in the 64 years that CPA has been participating in the county planning process, today represents probably one of the most significant planning changes we have seen. CPA has always supported transparency and adequate community input in land use decisions, and we certainly have always supported the community planning process. I hope that there will be, and I heard a little bit of it during the earlier staff presentation, but I hope that the community plans are not being tossed aside today in making some of these decisions. I'm just going to go down and talk about some of the sites and decisions you have to consider today. First would be the Orcutt Key Site 26. Again, we would urge you to take a look at the existing community plan, as that plan took many, many years and many public meetings by residents to come up with some good standards. We have to make sure that the builder's remedy that is being possibly used as a threat here, so that there won't be any red tape. I read that in a report, and I would suggest that perhaps the red tape here is the community plan. Again, that's red tape that took many years and many discussions by the community. Key Site 11, we agree with the local residents and the Three Amigos, who did have a firm commitment to respect the environmental constraints in place. And we feel that the rezoning here would create a development that would be incompatible with creek protection. CPA also agrees with SB and League of Women Voters that we would like to prioritize the rezoning of those parcels that will truly produce a larger proportion of affordable and workforce housing. We don't need quite the amount of market rate housing that's being proposed. Lastly, I would like to talk about a little bit about the proposal for Vandenberg Village. That letter of intent was brought in at the last hearing, I believe at the Planning Commission. The community did not know anything about it. The one project alone, 302 low-income units, will be right on the edge of the Burton Mesa Ecological Reserve, but that alone would demand a new school. There would probably be approximately 600 children in that community, and our schools are packed now, so we hope that a new school will be included.
Thank you, Mary Ellen. That is your time.
Okay, make some good decisions today. Thank you.
We will now go to Ted Wendell to be followed by Nancy Avasi. Ted?
Good morning. My name is Ted Wendell, and I'm the Senior Vice President for University Planning at the A.T. Still University, where we offer graduate level health professions education programs. We established a campus in Santa Maria a little over 3 years ago when we enrolled 90 physician assistant students. We're actively planning to expand our offerings. One of the significant challenges we face is the availability of attractive and affordable housing, especially rental units for our students, faculty, and staff. I'm here to express my support for the rezoning for Richard Ranch project. Richard Ranch project housing initiative offers a timely solution to a critical shortage of housing and rental units for our students and staff. I see a promising opportunity for collaboration between our program and the Richard Ranch housing project. We're discussing granting A.T. Still students and staff priority access to portion of the housing units. This will go a long way to secure housing solutions for our students and staff. The project's proximity to ATSU makes it an ideal location for our students and staff. By offering housing options in close proximity, we can reduce the commute times and help set our students up for success. Also, rental housing units nearby will enable us to expand our programs. I urge the supervisors to support the rezoning for Richard Ranch, facilitating the development and progression of this proposal through the Santa Barbara County process. Thank you very much for your attention to my input.
We will now go to Nancy Avasi to be followed by Jennifer Ackerman. Nancy?
Good morning, County Board of Supervisors. On behalf of Santa Barbara County Action Network, SBCAN, we ask the county to consider plots of land owned by the county that are underutilized to be used to develop affordable housing units and workforce housing units. SBCAN for all of our 22 years has advocated for affordable housing units throughout the county while attempting to preserve open space. Hundreds of acres of county-owned land are currently vacant or underutilized. The easiest way to come up with affordable housing units, which are severely lacking throughout the county, is to take advantage of underutilized county-owned land so that we can maximize and prioritize affordability, provide workforce housing, and decrease commute times and greenhouse gas emissions, and protect open spaces which county residents hold as sacred. We would like to emphasize that the county should prioritize using county-owned land like empty parking lots rather than lots such as the Isla Vista Community Center and Isla Vista Clinic buildings. County-owned land is funded by Santa Barbara County taxpayers, and data shows that our greatest need is affordable housing units that we can work, live, and play. We would like to elevate that a third of the county's employees cannot afford to live within the county. That is over 1,000 employees. Developing housing on county-owned land can help guarantee that housing units will go directly to local employees rather than out-of-town investors. This can help disrupt additional gentrification and can promote stability for our hardworking residents. Santa Barbara County Action Network appreciates the opportunity to comment on this project. We also have sent over a petition signed by over 65 county residents to support this as well. Thank you.
We will now go to Jennifer Ackerman to be followed by Susie Anderson. Jennifer?
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. I am Jennifer Ackerman with Southport Financial Services, the owner and developer of the property known as Latter-day Saints site. At Southport, we specialize in affordable housing and are invested in this community. We are one of the only applicants in the North County to offer deed-restricted affordable housing and are offering 100% affordable deed-restricted housing. We agree with the planning commissioners who had concerns that the affordability assumptions contained in the housing element will not result in long-term affordable housing. Without a deed restriction, there is almost no way to enforce the affordability assumptions, especially not long-term affordability. We understand there are concerns about people coming from other cities for this housing. However, it has been our experience, not just here in Santa Barbara County, but in general with affordable housing, that people choose to stay where they are. Most people living in affordable housing can't just pick up everything they own and move to another town. It's just not feasible. Our experience here in Santa Maria is that 100% of the tenants we have leased up over the last year here at Centennial Gardens are from Santa Barbara County area. They are agricultural workers, they are grocery store clerks, they are people who have lived here their entire lives and have never been able to live on their own. Affordable housing doesn't create mass move-ins from out-of-towners. It creates housing for the very people who live here and work hard every day to just barely survive. These are the very people we called frontline workers during COVID. They are essential to this community and they deserve housing that they can afford. Our market study at Centennial Gardens showed that our 160 units of affordable housing built in Santa Maria only captured 8.6% of the affordable housing demand in this market. There is so much more work to still be done to provide affordable housing in all of Santa Barbara County, including the North. Thank you for your time and consideration.
We will now go to Susie Anderson to be followed by Mark Shatillo. Susie?
Thank you. I'll make my comments. Thank you. I'll make my comments on Friday.
We will now go to Mark Shatillo to be followed by Ken Dalebout. Mark?
We are. Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. This is Mark Shatillo, and I'm speaking today on my own behalf. I've been addressing your board for some 35 years, and this week's hearings are truly represent a historic moment. Your decisions will have a demonstrable effect upon the character and fabric of our community into the future. The fact that the environmental document identified 11 unavoidable Class 1 significant impacts should be a very significant red flag for your board and for our community. We need affordable housing, and we are forced into this particular moment by the draconian state mandates that really represent a gun to the head to the Board of Supervisors and to our community. But the board should be aware that such severe measures to try and promote housing can have a reverse effect as the pendulum swings back and forth. We saw just this week trial court invalidation of SB 9, one of the housing bills relevant to this process, not today's hearings, but to the production of housing, and the representation of a ballot measure on the November ballot, which would also significantly affect housing and your authority. So I would ask that the board be considered and the county be prepared to pivot back should the law change in this area. Looking to the specific issues before you today, I would suggest that the county's priority must be to prioritize affordable housing. The goal should be 100% affordable housing, and requirements should be at least 50%. And we just heard from a prior speaker, one of the religious organizations that's able to accomplish that. We want to promote projects that can meet that and not those that contain mostly market rate housing. Market rate housing does not address our community's needs, and it has disproportionate impact, more traffic, more service demands, water, and other resource constraints. And I'd offer our thanks to our nonprofit partners in this process and suggest the county needs to make sure that there's adequate transparency. Secondly, I'd ask that the board act carefully, not in an overbroad manner, work to protect nature, open space, recreational amenities, recognizing that once rezoned, it's going to be very difficult to conserve these properties as the cost of conservation increases substantially. And finally, to protect agriculture and focus on that agriculture that benefits and feeds our community. Good luck with this task. It's a daunting one, and I wish you wisdom and clarity in your actions. Thank you.
We will now go to Ken Dalebott, and then we will return to Santa Maria with Susan Bryant. And just a friendly reminder to anyone providing public comment here in Santa Maria, if you are planning on utilizing a PowerPoint presentation and have not informed the clerk's office, please do so now. You can go to Leah here at the presentation table and let her know. Thank you. We will now go to Ken Dalebott. Ken?
Good morning. I'm Ken Dalebout, Vice President of Strategy and Operations for Marion Regional Medical Center, and I'm speaking on behalf of Dignity Health or Marion Regional Medical Center today. As an organization, we support the development of healthy communities, and research has shown that a significant component of developing healthy communities is adequate and safe housing. There's a couple reasons I'd like to share of why this project, Richards Ranch, helps to promote our goal of developing housing. The Richards Ranch housing development represents a timely opportunity to address the pressing need for rental apartments and affordable condos for our hospital employees. Many of our staff members struggle to find suitable housing within a reasonable distance from the hospital, impacting their well-being and ability to fulfill their duties effectively. Access to affordable housing is a significant factor in retaining skilled healthcare professionals and attracting new talent to our hospital. By providing housing options in close proximity to the workplace, namely the hospital, we can enhance employee satisfaction, reduce turnover rates, and maintain a strong, reliable workforce to develop a stronger healthcare system. Investing in employee housing is not just a short-term solution, but a strategic investment in the long-term sustainability of our hospital. By ensuring that our workforce is stable, has affordable housing options, we can strengthen our position as a leading healthcare provider in our region and continue to deliver high-quality care for the years to come. I urge the supervisors to approve the Richards Ranch rezoning, expediting the development of this project for the progress of Santa Barbara County and for the long-term sustainability of the healthcare system and the overall support of additional housing to address our need. Thank you.
We will now return to Santa Maria to begin with Susan Bryant, to be followed by Terry Schwab. Susan?
Just a minute, Susan. And as Jacqueline pointed out, if you're the second person called, we have so many speakers. If you could come up and just kind of be in this area so that we keep the flow going. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. I'm Susan Bryant. Sounds like we've got a lot of lobbying going on for Richards Ranch, Key Site 26. I'm a resident in Orchid, and you have my comments already submitted for this site. I do not object to building on this site, but I support the Planning Commission's decision to not rezone it at this time. I also advocate for preserving the monarch butterfly habitat on this site. The investors for Richards Ranch are pursuing city annexation while they're asking to be rezoned, while they have a really ugly builder's remedy permit in with the county. It's some sort of shape-shifting on plans, and none of these really have any concern for the Orchid community and how it will affect them. My last comment, I've spent 2 frustrating years trying to navigate through the annexation process for Richards Ranch. trying to get questions answered, get information, get help. And based on that, I hope that with this rezoning process in the future development in Orchid, that when there's a real developer with real plans, that they meet with the supervisor and the community together and address concerns and answer questions. Thanks.
We will now go to Terry Schwab to be followed by Sham Duckworth. Terry?
Hi, my name is Terry Schwab. I live in Orchid. I'm representing the Tree Amigos of Orchid, a nonprofit corporation started by my daughters when they were teenagers. In 2007, the Tree Amigos fought a mixed-use development proposed for Quayside 11 with 33 housing units. At that time, we showed that the development would not meet the county standards for traffic and air quality, among other things, and that Quayside 11 should be protected as a sensitive site. Quayside 11 is a unique site in Orchid. It is a 21-acre crater-shaped natural habitat. It has a creek that serves as a wildlife corridor. It supports sensitive species in the area. It is on a flat, vacant lot suitable for development. In fact, the development proposal you've received indicates on their grading plan that they will have to cut and fill over 125,000 cubic yards of earth to create a building pad. The grading map appears to show a virtual cliff next to the creek. It is unlikely any species will use the wildlife corridor again after this massive project is approved. Albertson's Grocery had the same idea to fill in the entire Quayside 11. However, when they found out that it would take 4 years, they refused to wait and moved their project to Oak Knolls. Staff recommended in their findings for approval, attachment 2 to your agenda item today, that the LOS standards should be removed for the housing element. In real life, this won't make the traffic problems disappear. Quayside 11 is located at the corner of Clark Avenue and Orchid Road, which is a signaled intersection. There are 2 more signals just past that intersection to accommodate the exit and entrance from Highway 135, which is heavily used by commuters to Lompoc, the base, and Santa Maria. In addition, there is a middle school and a high school located in Old Orchid. The school traffic comes through that intersection as well. On a regular basis, the westbound traffic backs up through those signals all the way up Clark past Bethany Lane, where the developer proposes to put in yet another signal and has been backed up past the border of Quayside 11. Introducing another signal at Bethany Lane will cause gridlock, yet not installing a signal there will cause the residents of the 157 apartments to put their lives at risk whenever they attempt to turn left across Clark Avenue. To simply set aside the traffic considerations in order to accommodate the state's housing requirement puts the lives of the residents of Orchid in jeopardy. Please choose alternative 5, which excludes the rezoning of Quayside 11, and direct staff to dedicate a permanent open space easement over Quayside 11. Please visit the site yourself before you decide to destroy it forever. Thank you.
We will now go to Sham Duckworth to be followed by Lori Tamura. Sham?
Good morning. My name's Sham Duckworth. I'm here to talk about asking for the approval of Quayside 11 for the rezoning. As a lifetime resident of the Santa Maria Valley and Orchid, I firsthand have seen a lot of my friends and family struggle with housing. The housing in this area is something that is very hard to come by. And for anybody that's looking for affordable housing, as we're speaking of today, it's even a bigger struggle. There's a tremendous amount of a wait list for people to get anything that's affordable for a single family, residents, even multiple families. I've seen in the Santa Maria area a lot of heavy pockets of multiple families living in certain areas of town with multiple families in a house. I'd like to see that not happen out here in Orchid. There are small pockets of that happening already. My neighborhood, I have seen it already come through where we have parking issues, traffic issues, and such. Adding this space to this particular area, I get it. It's a busy, busy area. But it's something that's needed, and I'm sure we can find a solution. It comes with a lot of great things, from housing to commercial to rec space. And those are all things that we can need in this general area of the Orchid area. With Clark Avenue being a local thoroughfare from the 101 to the 135, not only would this project add some more traffic, but we're also looking at key sites 1, 3, and 10, all adding more and more. It's just nature of growing. It's just nature of growing. I have deep roots in this city of Orchid. My family goes back to the early 1900s. I'm sure when they started, they never thought it would ever come to something like this, but here we are today. So I urge you to seriously consider rezoning Keyside 11 to push forward so we can have some more housing in our area. I thank you so much.
We will now go to Lori Tamura, to be followed by Peter Simmons. Lori?
Good morning. Lori Tamura with Urban Planning Concepts, and I'm here to respond to a number of comments we heard when we met with the Board of Supervisor members. And this is overarching to all of the housing sites that have been proposed. This is a document that sits at my desk. It's called Understanding Regional Traffic Patterns. It was done by Santa Barbara County Association of Governments, published January of 2024. I believe all of you have received a copy of this. It's 110 pages long, and I'll just pull out a couple of facts in regards to this. From 2000 to 2023, there were 11,000 homes built or units built in the North County. There were 4,000 units built on the South Coast. Obviously, one of the reasons that we're here today dealing with the disparity between South County and North County is because of what has transpired over the last 15 years. North County has approximately, according to this document, 66,000 employees commuting, traveling every day. But a trend has occurred. 15% of those employees now are working from home. So that's a good thing. What we also have found, and this is the rumor that or perception I want to dispel, is that currently long distance commuting is only 14% of those workers in the North County traveling more than 32 miles. The perception is that whenever you bring new housing into the North County, they're all heading to Santa Barbara. And that's not the case any longer. As a fact, on page of this report, on page 44, 82% of all the work originating in North County are destined for locations in northern Santa Barbara County. This includes things like the hospital, Marion Hospital, Vandenberg Space Force Base, Allen Hancock College, many of the new industrial uses, as well as farm workers and what's happening out in other areas. Vandenberg Air Force Base is now looking at 82% of the traffic coming to that base is from the North County. So the perception that new housing in the North County are all commuters to the South Coast have been dispelled by this report. The North County needs the housing that's being proposed, whether it's in Vandenberg Village, or it's in the Orchid area, or it's in Santa Maria itself. But please take consideration of this when you're looking at these units. We need the housing to serve the employment base here in the North County. Thank you.
We will now go to Peter Simmons, to be followed by Damian Mavis. Peter?
Chair Lavignino, members of the Board of Supervisors, Pete Simmons of Urban Planning Concepts, representing PD Apollo Way LLC. PD Apollo Way LLC has specialized in providing a variety of housing types to keep employees, and residents in the Lompoc area and is committed to working with county staff, decision makers, and the community to achieve the best project possible. The Apollo Way project was presented at the March 19th Board of Supervisors workshop and on March 27th Planning Commission hearing as a potential rezone. At the March 27th PC hearing, the Planning Commission selected and to include the Apollo Way project with the 36 sites to be recommended for the rezone as part of the housing element update that is before you today. The Apollo Way site consists of 26.11 acres that has 2 zoning designations. 17 acres portion of the site is zone DR12, and the 9-acre portion of the site is zone C2. About half of the site has both topographical constraints as well as biological resources that limit the development potential of the entire site. Over the last year, the applicant has conducted a number of studies on the site. It has been determined that approximately 302 units could be accommodated on 16.59 acres of developable area. This would consist of 200 apartments units on parcel 1 and 94 townhomes on parcel 2. The 26.1 acre site was identified in the housing element as one of the affordable housing sites. We request the developable area of 16.5 acres, which includes the land for units and supporting infrastructure, to be designated DR 2030, with the remaining 9.6 to be designated as open space recreational. With this designation, we can work with the constraints and cluster the 302 unit project on the developable areas with open space provided on the rest of the site. This project will meet several of Board of Supervisors rezone criteria. This project provides a diversity of housing types with apartments and townhomes, rental and for sale. The applicant will work with surrounding employers to offer units to their employees to the Allentown College, School District, Prison, and Vandenberg Space Force Base. The project provides private amenities for residents and will connect trails to the commercial areas and throughout for the public. The project is not a builder's remedy project. The project is located off of Highway 1, which is the main corridor between Lompoc and Vandenberg Space Force Base. The project is also close to the existing commercial area within Vandenberg Village. The project is in conformance with the Lompoc area interruptive guidelines, and the proximity of future parks, libraries, transits, and a variety of existing commercial area will help encourage use of alternative travel. With this, we ask for support to change the land use and the zoning designation for the 16.5 acres identified for development of DR12 to NC2 to DR 2030, with the remainder to remain in public open space. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Damian Mavis, to be followed by Ken Triguero. Damian?
I have a PowerPoint. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Damian Mavis with Covelop. We're one of the development partners for the Richards Ranch project, or Keysite 26. HCD is clear. It asks that municipalities select the best and most readily developable sites. And Keysite 26 not only meets HCD and the county's goals, but is likely the site most in need of a rezone. As you can see from this slide, Keysite 26 is the definition of an infill site. The site's in Orchid. It's surrounded by extensive transportation infrastructure. It's flat, doesn't have agricultural value, and has been planned by the community for mixed-use development since the 1980s. Next slide, please. Keysite 26 has been zoned C2 for decades. This C2 zoning, combined with Santa Maria Valley groundwater adjudication and subsequent adoption of WAT 02, has rendered the site essentially unusable as currently zoned. Zoned commercial, but with no source of water for commercial development. A paradox of mismatched zoning and water law. Next slide, please. For instance, Walmart purchased this site and spent 18 years attempting to develop it. Walmart was ultimately unable to obtain water for their commercial development and sold it. Next slide, please. The good news is water is available for residential development on portions of Keysite 26. By rezoning the parts of the property suitable for housing, this site can be made usable. It aligns well with the objectives of HCD, being that the site is both willing and able to produce a meaningful amount of housing. Next slide, please. Already 3 years in the making, with a site plan identical to the county's housing element rezone recommendation, this project has undergone significant planning, including a full 1,500-page EIR. Every part of the project has been designed. HCD wants municipalities to choose the most developable sites, and simply put, we're the best positioned to deliver housing in the North County, period. Next slide, please. As you all know, we've been pursuing annexation to Santa Maria due to the lack of commercial water, coupled by the property's commercial zoning. Because of this, so far, annexation or builder's remedy have been the only way to unlock this site. Neither of these options seem to be preferable to this board. So today, you have the opportunity to rezone us and make this a county mixed-use project. Putting off rezoning this site is jeopardizing the project and puts us on an undefined path that the rest of the sites don't have to follow. I'm wondering if this is really what HCD wants. That being said, if you rezone us now, you have my commitment to work collaboratively with the county to enter into a binding agreement to deliver much-needed infrastructure, commercial and residential development linkages, while playing a key role in delivering the critical housing that we know that the county and the state needs. A few notes from listening to the questions. We would pause our builder's remedy and annexation if we're rezoned today. This is...
I'm sorry, your time's up.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
We will now go to Ken Triguero to be followed by Jacob Weintraub. Ken?
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members of the board. Ken Triguero with People's Self-Help Housing, and we're a local nonprofit developer, general contractor, property management company, and services provider. Been doing this since 1970 here and have produced several thousand, or 3,000 or so units on the Central Coast, mostly in Santa Barbara County. And who we serve, essential workforce, I've heard that term. That's definitely who we're serving. Working in agriculture, hospitality, retail, all kinds of services, healthcare support, maintenance, construction, etc. These are the folks who need this housing on the lower income spectrum, and that's who we're serving. 100% affordable housing is what we do. This is feeling very historic, what we're seeing here. Again, based on a long history here, this feels like this is a good opportunity to move the needle toward addressing the affordable housing crisis. So really appreciate that. Appreciate the staff's work on this, deep dive, professionalism, outreach, not only to the community, but to practitioners who really, I think, have a good understanding how to make these things work, and expert analysis. Wanted to speak on a couple sites here. Mariposa Real is a property that we're own. We're glad to see that it is getting recommended. We've been hopeful over a couple decades ago, started to develop on part of it where we could, about 80 units there that's functioned really well over the years and had hoped to have an opportunity to do more. So we're looking forward to that. Also supportive of the Boys and Girls property right across the street from us. We've talked to the leadership over the years to try to see if we can come up with some concepts there. So really pleased to see that as well. And finally, I just wanted to make a comment here about, it's great that you're making the zoning happening, hopefully, to meet the minimum requirements by the state, plus a buffer. I would say, you know, I hope you don't just stop there, because I think based on the wait lists, like folks like ourselves are seeing, I think the actual data demand is a lot higher than just the RENA numbers. And talk of deed-restricted housing for the lower income housing, that's what we're involved in. But I do know, you know, it's not always feasible to make the numbers work, but I would just say to you all that when you have developers who are offering to do that, especially for 100% affordable, I think that deserves some consideration, so hope you'll think about that. That's really the only guarantee on the affordability is why I say that. That's it for me. I'm available for questions if there are any. Thank you.
We will now go to Jacob Weintraub to be followed by Guillermo Perez. Jacob?
We have a presentation.
All right, I'll hold your time until we get it up. Oh, there we go.
Thank you. Oh, there's no sound. Okay, I'll start.
We're going to reset the clock for you.
Okay.
Just a sec. Hold on.
Imagine music playing right now.
Can you make the noises, the car sounds?
Wind blowing.
All right, let's start the clock.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Lavanino and fellow supervisors. My name is Jacob Weintraub, and I represent the owner of Keyside 11. We would like to thank the board and county planning staff and the county commission for the opportunity to present our property as one of the North County's rezoned sites for the housing element update. Our site is a prime example of what the county is looking for when it comes to rezones. Our 21.5-acre lot is ideally located on Clark Avenue corridor adjacent to Highway 135 intersection and only 2 miles from the 101. The infill property preserves agriculture and minimizes the environmental impact associated with ex-urban development. It is surrounded by existing transportation with 2 bus stops on 2 separate lines, walkable schools of all levels, grocery stores, and parks. The middle portion of the Orchid Creek Trail is planned as a buffer to the adjacent residential, which will span 5 miles from 101 to Black Road. In a short amount of time after being notified that our site was considered for rezone, we worked diligently with all local team that lives and works in the Orchid community. Next slide, please. We resolved the grading and floodplain by creating a building area 2 feet above the basic flood elevation while still allowing the seasonal flows to remain in the existing creek bed. During major flood events, the sports field would act as a floodplain similar to other sports fields in the area. Next slide, please. On the site plan, you can find the Orchid Creek Trail, sports field, barn, barbecue, bathrooms, urban camp area with bridges over the creek, and the cluster of for sale and rent multiple family over tucked under garages with some ground units. We do not want to develop an apartment island effect where residents are forced to drive for every out-of-home need. Incorporating a small retail hub into the multifamily project affords residents a walkable public space to conveniently grab essentials and allow neighbors to enjoy food and services without concern about parking immediately in front of the businesses. Placemaking offers community engagement, social interaction, economic vitality, a sense of place, accessibility, and inclusivity. We aim to create inviting public spaces and plazas along streetscapes where people can gather, socialize, and engage in recreational activities. We will activate these spaces with seating, greenery, public art, and events to attract pedestrians and foster a sense of community. We plan to involve residents, businesses, and other stakeholders in the placemaking process to ensure the streets and public spaces reflect the needs and preferences of the community. Thank you. I'm going to have my architect follow us and, oh, you have a question?
Just one question. It may be for you or for staff. So you have some retail. How do you get water to it?
We plan to work with the local water community and the city of Santa Maria.
And they'll deliver to some retail but not others?
The water conservation or conversation has evolved. Assistant CEO Horton and myself have been working with the city of Santa Maria. We believe that we've broken that logjam on water for commercial opportunities in Orchid.
Thank you.
We will now go to Guillermo Perez to be followed by Pat Cusack. Guillermo?
Good morning, County Board of Supervisors. If you can put that same PowerPoint. I'll take it from here. So this is an enlarged plan of the site that Jacob just went over. And here you can see a little bit clearer on the mixed use on the left side, shown in blue. And on the residential structures are shown in yellow. So we're sort of separating the 2 different activities from a more public active space where you would have the different retail, daycares, things of that sort, and on the other side it gets more of the residences. We can go to the next slide. This is a conceptual elevation of the multifamily. 3 stories. When you're on Clark, you don't really see that much of it because it's quite low. As you can see on the top elevation, the grade is pretty high. Next slide. This is a 2-story mixed use, so this is more of where you would enter the area of dropping your kids off to daycare or going into some of these cafes that we're proposing. Next slide. This is a conceptual perspective of the main entry of that area, and the bottom as well of the main crossing. Next slide. Mixed-use conceptual rendering of that space. Next slide. This would be coming off of Clark near Splash and Dash structure. Next slide. This is showing the multifamily, a concept of the multifamily structure. Next slide. And here are some of the structures and sort of activity spaces that we were taking into consideration from the area to use within our concepts. Next slide. And this is showing what we anticipate would be some of the outdoor activities shown in the space. On the other side of the creek, where it would be just open space, rec zoning. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Pat Cusack to be followed by Brandon Mann. Pat?
Supervisors, staff, first of all, we'd like to thank you for all the work and effort that's gone into this project. I'm following Jake and Guillermo, who are a lot smarter and more articulate, but wanted to at least stand here and let you know that we fully support our Quayside 11. As the applicant, we've had the property for a little over 10 years. We really wanted to do something special for the community. I've lived in Orcutt, or I've been in the Central Coast for 55 years. Grew up in Orcutt, went to Orcutt Junior High School, Patterson Road. And when we were blessed with the opportunity to buy this from the English George family, our goal was to do something special. And we had the Albertsons, we've had other people that have come, but it just never felt like that was something that would be special for the community. And when this site was identified as a potential housing site, it brought it back out, and we looked at it and thought, this is the one we want to try to get together and do. The residential component helps make it economically viable, but we didn't think that should just be all the housing. So we asked if it would be possible to add some commercial element to it, mixed use. We do operate the little car wash on the corner, so we're familiar with the area. I'm a car dealer by trade. We've got the Toyota and Honda dealerships and Kia here, so we've developed 2 auto malls. We have 450 employees. And it's monthly that I hear stories about people looking for housing and just not able to find something or buy something. So we're committed to that, to be a part of that solution. I also serve on the 5 Cities Homeless Coalition Board for 6 years, and we've seen the difficulties of people transitioning to not just low, but very low. And our commitment is to make that a component that we have, whether we do it ourselves or we pull in a people's self-help housing or someone who's experts at doing that. They can probably help us to make sure that we serve the community well with the project that has these intentions. So I'm also fully open to communicating with anybody with Otora or the Tri Amigos or anybody else in the community to work on anything that we can do to help mitigate any things that they think would be troublesome. We want to be a good partner. Again, we're still part of Orcutt, and we have a lot of people that I think could benefit from it, and we appreciate the support and hope that you would consider that. Thank you.
We will now go to Brandon Mann to be followed by Craig Minus. Brandon?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Brandon Mann, representing Focal Investments and JP Development Group on behalf of Quayside 1. I've been fortunate to be a lifelong resident and a member of the Santa Barbara community. And I understand that with limited sites, there needs to be respect and care towards developing these projects. And unfortunately, we were a little bit late to the party, as our site is in the process of being ready for submittal. However, we were unable to make the workshop or be able to present for something for you guys today. That being said, I'd like to tell you a little bit about what our plans are for the project. So our vision for Quayside 1 is to foster community engagement. It's a special site right off the freeway. It's not an infill site that's surrounded by other single-family homes or communities that will be impacted. And we want to create our own sense of place. We want to foster a nexus that's a destination for people to actually want to come to Orcutt and not just provide a housing project that people live here and go work somewhere else. We're hoping to do this by providing much needed housing, a hotel, commercial, which would include retail, food amenities, a marketplace, and our significant amount of open space, including a Class 1 bike trail that will connect the adjacent residential community and hopefully throughout more communities in Orchid. And then also a significantly large central park, which we want to be able to host concerts, community events, and has a place where people actually come and picnic and enjoy themselves. I think a lot of projects in the county need to be more open and reflect kind of Santa Barbara County in the fact that it isn't an extremely dense community that provides more amenities for people to have a good livelihood. This rezoning would allow us to bring that vision to life, and I'm looking forward to working with the county and the community on this project. So I would urge the Board of Supervisors to rezone Key Site 1. I'm available for questions, and thank you for your time.
We will now go to Craig Minus, to be followed by Jackie Scolari. Craig?
Good morning. My name is Craig Minus, and I serve as the Executive Director for the Coastal Housing Coalition. We wanted to thank the board and staff for all the time and effort in addressing this very important topic. Our board advocates for workforce housing, which includes those households that often struggle to afford market rate rental or for sale housing, but make too much money to qualify for subsidized or capital A affordable housing. Our board did submit a very detailed letter. In that letter, our board's position is that the county should rezone all identified sites. We are looking for your leadership in giving housing production the strongest fighting chance at a critical time when access to obtainable housing is at an all-time low. There's nothing wrong with having housing or land available for housing. You don't have to rezone to the minimums. Please do more. While we're in support of all the recommended North County sites, we'd encourage you to go beyond that and rezone all identified sites so that if any potential barriers exist on the rezone sites, that they do not ultimately lower the number of housing units that are produced. Because of the very low housing production in our county over the last few decades, obtainable housing to our workforce is at an all-time low. We're looking for your leadership to rezone all of the identified rezone sites so we can help our workforce improve the opportunity to live and work in their communities. Thank you.
We will now go to Jackie Scolari, to be followed by Ryan Schwab. Jackie?
Good morning. My name's Jackie Scolari, and I am concerned about the rezoning of the property on Waller Lane and Santa Maria Way that's currently owned by the Latter-day Saints. Previous proposal was for over 100 apartments, 2 and 3 bedroom apartments with 1 parking place per unit. Now, Waller Lane is a single family. We only have 2 rentals on the street. One is rented to the son of the owner, one is rented to a cousin of the owner. We have very few cars on the street, day or night. Plus, Waller Lane is a very busy street. We have a lot of traffic. Anything that goes through should have sufficient parking. If those apartments go through, it'll destroy our neighborhood. There will be cars bumper to bumper all the way up and down the street. And my request is that whatever you permit, I don't care if it's low income, whatever, that there is sufficient parking so that the rest of the neighborhood is not destroyed. Thank you.
We will now go to Ryan Schwab, to be followed by Bob Spalling. Ryan?
I'm going to pass to the next speaker. I cannot improve on Terry's presentation.
We will now go to Bob Spalling, to be followed by Brian Schwartz. Bob?
Spalling. Thanks for your time. I'm here to support Key Site 11. I'm a father of 3 married kids, and they have 5 grandchildren. And I also own a business in Old Orchid, and as everybody's explaining, the need for housing is desperate almost. Affordable housing, is affecting everybody of all ages, young people, graduates. The jobs aren't here, generally speaking, to support the entry level of a house. And unfortunately, a lot of our kids are moving out of the area. So I think I'm here to advocate for Keyside 11 because I think it strikes the balance between not stacking as many units as you can into one spot, but taking advantage of the charm of Old Orchid. I know Pat's spent a lot of time looking at Old Orchid and trying to have something that's going to assimilate very nicely and just enhance the overall vibe while addressing the desperate need we have for housing. As an employer, rents from $2,500 to $4,000. You have to have a really good job, a really high-paying job to live in the community you work. And I talk to a lot of business owners in Old Orchid, and everybody's saying the same thing. Where is everyone going to live? How can they afford? We can't afford to pay the wages so they can afford to live here. So it's a real challenge. And trying to keep the open space is something that I think is important too. And so I know Pat spent a lot of time looking at that and trying to do something that's really going to enhance the community of Old Orchid, providing housing, recreational, retail space, and I think overall we got to do something, and it's got to go somewhere, and it's going to impact land and property and the environment and the roads and the parking everywhere. But we're on a path that has to be addressed, and you guys got a daunting task of how to address the issue because it seems very, very dramatic. But I just want to thank you for your time and encourage you to push that one through. Thank you.
We will now go to Brian Schwartz to be followed by Steve LeBaird. Brian?
Good morning, Chair Lavanino, Member Board of Supervisors. I'm Brian Schwartz, Urban Planning Concepts. Speaking on behalf of Southport Financial, the owners of the property known as the Latter-day Saints. Southport Financial is an experienced, locally invested company specializing in affordable housing. We gave a presentation at the March 19th workshop and subsequently submitted a letter of intent committing to provide a 100% deed-restricted affordable housing project. Even in the North County, where rents are lower than the South County, many working persons and families cannot afford high market rate rents. We've heard comments from the neighbors about the density, parking, and traffic, and responded to the revisions to the plans. The housing element targeted this project with a density of 30 to 40 units per acre. During the March 21st workshop, we presented a project at 27 units per acre and have since made revisions to the plan, reducing the density to 21 units per acre. The majority of those being two-bedroom units and exceeding county parking standards by 43 spaces, enough for 2 cars per unit. The applicant will be installing bike and e-bike parking with charging stations to encourage alternative modes of transportation. There's public transit that runs along Santa Maria Way, right adjacent to the site. The site's surrounded by existing infrastructure. A short walk to Waller Park, one of the largest city parks in the county. Less than a mile from schools, medical, restaurants, and grocery stores. This project will be constructing public improvements, sidewalks, landscaping, traffic calming features on Waller Lane, all enhancing the aesthetics of this corner and the neighborhood. But most importantly, and with your support today, it can be enhancing the lives of working people and families who struggle to afford the high cost of market rate housing. Thank you for your consideration.
We will now go to Steve LeBaird to be followed by Lindy Hatcher. Steve?
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Steve LeBaird. I'm here representing a committee to incorporate Orchid. We got this group together last year. We went to a meeting with LAFCO, and we met with Supervisor Nelson a couple of times on this. And on our board is, I'd like them to stand up, is Barney Ames, Don Flagg, and Steve Strachan. Steve Strachan is, he's on the Parks Commission. Don Flagg's a longtime resident.
Steve, we're not able to hear you when you turn around. There you go.
And Barney is, he's a California football, he's on California Football Hall of Fame. So between the four of us, we've got 290 years on this planet. And we're all retired. Our only interest is in doing what's best for Orchid. That's our purpose. And we got energized because of when the Richards Ranch came up and we saw the city of Santa Maria trying to annex that property. And they played the water monopoly game where they won't give water to, they'll give water for housing projects, but not for commercial projects. So the Orchid Community Plan called for, some of the policies called for jobs to be created in the Orchid area with commercial and industrial. But that never happened because we could never get the water to do those things. So therefore, we're pretty much a bedroom community. And everybody that lives in Orchid, you know, most of the people that live in Orchid travel outside of Orchid to go to work. They go to Vandenberg Air Force Base, they go to Santa Maria, they go to Santa Barbara, they go to San Luis Obispo, but a lot of them travel out of the area. So that you know, the state law that that came about for the regional housing needs allocation, one of the main purposes for it was so people didn't travel far out of their area for work. And that's exactly what we've been a bedroom community for a long time. And we've been a bedroom community because of the failure of the policies to be enacted for the Orchid community and the Orchid Community Plan. So water's been held over our head and we don't have the water. So we feel that we need that commercial and industrial projects to work to make California in order to incorporate it. And we know incorporation is a long process, is a daunting process. Most likely we would start with a community service district to make that happen. And it's a long, long road for us to go down. But if these properties all get rezoned for housing and we have no commercial or industrial left to work with, we're dead in the water. There's no way we can create a city. So that's my comments. Thank you.
We will now go to Lindy Hatcher to be followed by Jonah Collet. Lindy?
Good morning, Chair Lavanino and Supervisors. I'm Lindy Hatcher with the Home Builders Association of the Central Coast, speaking on behalf of my organization. So we advocate for all types of housing, but specifically the critical workforce housing. We support rezoning all sites. Just because a site is rezoned does not mean that it will be built out. It just means that we have opportunities to build on it. The more supply we bring online or you help bring online, the lower the housing prices and rents are in your jurisdiction. So today I want to address the YIMBY study of housing under production from September 2023. Santa Barbara produced the 7th lowest number of units out of 389 city and county jurisdictions studied. If we graded the county's housing production on an A to F scholastic scale, the county earned a solid F. Knowing you are ranked 7 out of 389, then achieving your RENA numbers only would probably earn you a D grade, just doing the bare minimum. A D grade is not good enough for Santa Barbara County. RENA goals do not address our historic housing deficit and underproduction of all types of housing. So if jurisdictions produce the housing needed to their constituents, the state might stop intervening and bringing things online and passing them down to you, like builder's remedy and other state laws, and telling you how to develop your county. So we ask you to do more, just as you ask project applicants, rezone more property. And please just know that we will be developing housing into the next RENA cycle. Thank you.
We will now go to Jonah Collet to be followed by Eric Wilson, who is our final speaker. Jonah?
Hello. I'm going to keep it short and sweet. My name is Jonah Collette. I wanted to speak on the importance of new housing in our hometown. I'm 26 years old. I got married last July. My wife and I are so excited to start a family, but to start a family, you need a home. In my experience in the last year, to find an affordable space to call home was close to impossible because of price or just lack of homes in general. I also have many friends and family around my age who are struggling to find a place to call home. Many people end up leaving our beautiful city because there's nothing here for them, but I could see this project helping people from my generation and others to stick around and keep going. Orchid and Santa Maria are constantly growing, which means this is a no-brainer to help our growing pains, especially for the younger generation. We all want to enjoy this beautiful part of California, so can we please come together and see this project through? I know myself and many others would love and appreciate it. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavigno. Mr. Collette, you didn't actually tell us which project. I mean, just any project in Orchid?
All of them.
All of them, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
All of the housing
All right,
projects.
I was just curious.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And he actually has another list he wants to get approved as well. Yeah.
And we will now go to Eric Wilson, who is our final speaker. Eric?
Good morning. First, I'd like to apologize. I wasn't prepared to speak, but as I'm sitting back there, I was taking notes. I'm like, oh my gosh. So I grew up in Orchid. I raised my 2 children here. We keep talking about affordable housing, but nobody talks about schools. Nobody talks about activities for young kids or for our teenagers. Right now, I mean, I can challenge any of you, drive by Santa Maria High School, drive by Rigetti High School. Look at, I mean, the schools are overpacked. The elementary schools, the closest one to my house is 2 blocks away, but it's overfilled. I had to put my son on a bus to send him to a different elementary school. So why we keep, we never address the issue. We don't talk about our kids, we don't talk about youth. I coached baseball for many years. The challenges of just trying to find a field to get a team out to go practice on was next to nothing, Thank God I got people down the road from us with private baseball fields they allowed us to use. Orchid has enough wine bars. We don't have any activities for kids. We had a bowling alley. We don't have a bowling alley no more. All these fields around here we want to develop. That's what we grew up around here, playing in, riding dirt bikes, riding bicycles out there. So I just encourage you, while we do need some sort of growth here, but I think we need to start concentrating on what our problems are right now, and it's the school system. There's inadequate schools. Affordable housing, we do need it, but let's talk about, let's bring in some quality jobs to the area that can allow people to actually afford to live here. We all recall when the space shuttle blew up. What did that do to our local community here? The housing market crashed. So if we're just talking about low-income housing, that's short-term. What are we going to do long-term for everybody? I mean, I got more, but we're going to leave it at that. Please, any of your developers, go by any of these low project housings that's already been approved. Go by there at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Look at all the cars that are flowing out of those apartment complexes onto the local streets, into the neighborhoods. Yeah, traffic is, all right, that's it. Yeah, I just challenge everybody, just drive around, take a look. I mean, that's all I do. I drive around, I make observations. I can make a pretty presentation, and it all looks good up there on the board, but just drive around, take a look with your own eyes. Thank you.
Awesome.
And that concludes public comment.
All right. Well, I want to thank the public for showing up today, and everybody kept it on a pretty high level, so that's awesome. We don't always have that. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to come back and we're going to go into deliberation. There will not be any decisions today because we still have Friday. We have to hear all the South Coast. So we'll be going down there, and all decisions made on North and South won't happen until Friday. But there will be, you might, from what you hear from the board, you might get some takeaway on North County stuff. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. All right, folks, we'd like to get resituated here. We're going to lead off with just some general deliberation, and let's start with Supervisor Nelson.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's right. We're going to go back to Lisa for just a
Yes,
second.
we
Ms.
have a
Plowman.
few additional slides that we wanted to present before the board begins their deliberations.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Chair Lavanino and members of the board. So I just wanted to quickly recap a few items before we get into deliberation. The first is this summary slide, which shows the project applicants and potential rezone site owners in the North County that submitted developer letters of intent to the county after the workshop with the board in January. These highlight how the proposed projects may address preferred criteria for rezones established by the board. For example, Latter-day Saints, otherwise known as Magnolia Apartments, would offer 100% deed-restricted lower-income units in partnership with the County Housing Authority if rezoned. And in addition to this list, Keysite 11, who you've already heard from, submitted in writing details about their proposed project as well. So selecting enough sites to accommodate the RHNA and the 15% buffer requires complex calculations. And to help with this process, staff created an interactive tool called Balancing Act. It includes two versions, one for the North County and another for the South Coast. Balancing Act allows users to select or deselect sites, and it informs the user when a sufficient number of sites have been selected to create a housing plan that accommodates the RHNA plus the 15% buffer. We'll open Balancing Act to enter the board selections of rezone sites during deliberation. And the sites on Balancing Act at this time reflect unit assumptions based on the Planning Commission's recommendations from March 27th and April 1st. The numbers on this slide reflect the public's interaction with the tool, with the North County having received over 2,000 views in the simulation and 62 submissions, and the South Coast simulation receiving over 3,000 views and 157 submissions. And this slide summarizes the top 10 most popular North County rezone sites based on Balancing Act submissions from the public. The y-axis shows the number of times a site was chosen as part of the public's housing plans, and the x-axis shows the rezone site in question. The percentages on top of each bar show how often the site was chosen out of the total number of submissions, or in other words, a percentage out of 62 submissions. Sorry about that. For example, Keysite 10 was the most popular site for the North County and was chosen 36% of the time in the public submissions.
Yeah, I think we have a couple questions about that, using the word popular. Go ahead, because
I just wanted to make, I was not aware that we were sort of soliciting popularity. I just think that sort of sets us up for trouble going forward.
Yeah, so all you're saying, clarifying it, is when they went into the tool to meet the numbers, that site was selected more than any others.
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So Mr. Chair and Supervisor Capps, when we presented the Balancing Act tool and made it available to the public, we did explain that there was a reporting component so that people could submit housing plans that they supported, and that we had committed to providing that information to the decision makers as you were deliberating.
Okay.
So that was just an attempt to provide some background
Take it into
information.
consideration then.
Yeah.
Yes, all right. Thanks.
And so at this point, what we have available is the Balancing Act tool on the right-hand side and an Excel spreadsheet on the left-hand side. So this will help in the board developing a conceptual motion about which sites that you would like to take final action on Friday.
Excellent. So we're good with presentation side of things?
Correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. You want to go last? Okay. Sure. Who wants to lead off? Supervisor Capps.
Sure. I'll just ask a couple questions about affordability. It's something I've been pushing since day one, and I understand the Latter-day Saints sites is 100% deed restricted affordable. Could you put up that first slide that lists how many are affordable in each project? But I was hoping you might speak to the percentages, roughly. So like 302 out of.
Right. Supervisor Capps through the chair. So in the case of the two pending projects, Apollo and Constellation, those unit counts reflect the totality of their projects.
Great.
The difference or distinction between Apollo and Constellation and Latter-day Saints, for example, is whereas Latter-day Saints is proposing deed restriction on their units, Apollo and Constellation are indicating that the affordability would be driven by the market as opposed to a formal deed restriction. With the case of Key Site 26, the 750 units, that is what they've currently submitted with their builder's remedy application. And the 156 deed restricted lower income units represents 20% of that total.
Okay. And I know that the Latter-day Saints project was not chosen by the Planning Commission. I don't know if we can expound on. I'm interested in that project and understand a little bit more. If there's any details you can elaborate on.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Capps, they didn't expand substantially on why the Planning Commission didn't select it. There were some questions about some of the grades on site that came up. There's a section of the site that is elevated above the road, so I think they talked about that somewhat, but there was not a lot of discussion about it.
Okay. Well, I'll be interested in my colleagues' opinion on that. Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I'm still puzzling over a bigger question, and that is water and the availability to commercial sites. I was very much persuaded by the public commenter who said we want to plan for Orchid in the long run so that we can have more commercial development and be able to support ourselves as a city and also have more job opportunities so people don't have to travel all around. So Supervisor Nelson, anybody who can enlighten me on this?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Hartman. I'll speak to this for just a moment. You know, the issue, especially around Key Site 26, is not a new one. Many sites in the Orchid Community Plan over the years have been challenged by water and whether the city would provide them water, since the adjudication requires new sources of water for new development. And in the past, it's been a staffing decision of the city council. It's actually never been before the city council, not within at least the last 20 years, to just explore whether they'd be willing to provide water for commercial sites in the Orchid area. They have in the past. There is precedent for that. They provided water for Key Site 2. There's actually a water allocation on Key Site 1. They provided water for some of the old Orchid revitalization that happened in that area where like Blast 825 is and some of that newer development. So there is a precedent for it. The current staff, or at least staff recently when Key Site 26 was starting to evolve, was resistant to that. You know, I offered at that time to work with Key Site 26 with the city. They chose just to go down the annexation route and not work with our office to try to bridge that conversation. Our offices continue to have those conversations with the city. Most recently with the Assistant CEO Horton, talking with some of the city leaders, staff on trying to find a way to do that. City of Santa Maria needs the county needs the City of Santa Maria. And so I think we're working on maybe having a cooperative agreement. It's not uncommon that the city sometimes needs our utility services as well for some of their projects. Like, you know, a lot of their projects, especially in South Santa Maria, need Laguna sanitation. And so there needs to be some compromises, and it seems that at this time there's more willingness to do that than ever before.
Is this an issue for Key Site 11 as well?
I would imagine it would be.
And any others?
All new sites need water. If it can't be come through the...
But my understanding is residential, so I'm just trying to think about the commercial aspect. Are there other orchid sites that have commercial zoning?
So the Key Site 11 is one of them. The other is Key Site 1, and Key Site 26 are the other orchid sites with commercial zoning. As well as there's various sites along the Old Orchid region where there was some mixed-use zoning there, and future development on there would need additional water potentially. Key Site's 2016 as well.
Just to put my thoughts out there, I'm generally supportive of what the Planning Commission proposed. However, I think deed-restricted affordable is critically important, and we've only got one project that's offering that, disappointingly so. So I would like to consider that, and I understand that Key Site 10 it's a highly constrained site with the grading, and then Key Site 11 with the floodplain. So those are, I guess we can get around them. Key Site 11 seemed to have a very nice presentation. Both of the sites are going to offer recreation park, which I think is great, and they've got lower income. But again, the site gives me some concern. And then the only other thing is I think Key Site 26 is something that it's a dead area. And it's an infill, it's flat, and it seems we've got to move this off the dime somehow. And I know at the earlier meeting, Supervisor Nelson, you talked about possibly a development agreement, or I think some path forward would be valuable. So I won't. So those are my basic comments.
Supervisor Williams, do you want to weigh in?
Absolutely. I think that there's some meritorious projects that did make it in to the Planning Commission suggestion. There's some meritorious projects that didn't. But I get that at a certain point you got to stop and use other sort of ways to move those projects forward, if particularly as a backup, if not all the projects that were in the Planning Commission's suggestion move forward. I think we're taking a relatively, modest approach in the north, considering the scale of the mandate. I understand how that is difficult to imagine for some folks that live nearby. And under the old paradigm, I would have had even more concerns about that becoming sort of a more housing in Orchid, becoming more sort of bedroom communities where the South County pushes out its induced housing demand and puts impacts on people in the north. So I have a systemic concern about that. I think the study cited by Ms. Tamura gives me some solace, as other information that I've gathered is, and I guess I support moving forward with something that the local North County supervisors support, given the constraints that we have upon us.
Okay, thank you. I'll just weigh in real quick, and then we'll go to Supervisor Nelson, who has all these projects in his district. First off, I want to applaud staff for trying to lessen the pain here. This is it's been a Herculean effort, and I'm sure you're all ready for this to be over. It looks like there's only a couple of you who are going to be around for the next go-around 8 years from now.
And I meant working for the county, not around. But it's just interesting when we're doing this. It's so different than the way this has been done in the past. For anybody that's had a project before, a decision-making group at Santa Barbara County, it's a laborious process. We take generally more time than this on one project, and here we've got 35 that are just like, here they are. Which ones do you like? Well, it's very strange. And I understand why so many residents are upset with this. I have to remind you, this is a state-mandated process. You're upset about it. Most of us are too, because while I have probably complained many times about the methodical, frustrating pace that Santa Barbara County approves projects in the past, the result is we live in a community that is the envy of the rest of the state and probably the rest of the country. You have to balance that with, as somebody else mentioned, we're all parents, or most of us are parents, and now I'm a grandfather. I've got 6 grandkids. My kids have been lucky enough to buy a house here, but it's not easy, and we've got to look out for the next generation. Where are they going to go? Where are they going to live? But this is the weird part where I also agree with Mr. Shatillo, because I feel like forcing some of these oversized developments into areas that don't have the necessary infrastructure in place is undoubtedly going to be very painful for some neighbors. And for some entire neighborhoods, it's going to be a mess. But while I oppose the state mandate in theory, the reality is it's also a legal requirement for us. And so my duty is to follow the law. And so I don't like the giant, oversized apartment complex that is the most massive one I've ever seen on the corner of Stoll and Miller in the city of Santa Maria that's right next to my house. And I have no idea where those people are going to park or walk or recreate or go to school. That's the nature of this, what's been handed to us. So my job is to do the best I can to analyze these projects and come to a reasonable, balanced decision. The 2 projects I'm most excited about are the Boys and Girls Club project, because I think that is going to actually change the future of the Boys and Girls Club and the future of kids in northern Santa Barbara County. And also Quayside 11, just the mixture of recreation, housing, commercial. I think that's the right fit right there. But my recommendation, or my what are we calling this? Not my vote, but my conceptual go-to is that I would agree with what the Planning Commission came up with. And if there's something that Supervisor Nelson inside that Planning Commission decision can sway me one way or the other, if there's one in there that he doesn't like or one that he wants to add, I would definitely be open to that as well. So with that, I think we'll kick it to Supervisor Nelson, who has his hands full.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Lavandino, and thank you, everybody, for being here today and being a part of this process. Many difficult decisions are ahead of us in the next few minutes here and throughout this week. I didn't sleep much last night, just trying to think about making sure, the decisions we make here are going to be lasting and impactful. And so it's has a lot of weight to it. I do want to thank staff and Lisa and your team for the work you guys done. I know I've been a little bit difficult to deal with sometimes, but you guys have taken the balances really well, and you've been able to help massage this to be something that that I can ultimately support. And I really do appreciate that collaboration. I know we got off to a rough start, but I think we finished strong, and I just wanted to make sure I got that out there as we tackled this. As we start looking at this issue of the housing allocation north and south, there was a reason why the state distributed those numbers the way that they did. They distributed those numbers the way they did because we have a job housing imbalance. It may be getting better through the SB-CAG presentation that we had heard about fewer people traveling south for jobs, but we do have a lot of people that are traveling now, west, and especially in the Orchid area to Vandenberg, as we see the jobs continue to grow in that area. So we received a smaller allocation in North County than the South. And from that allocation, we actually selected quite a few sites still in the North County, just so that we had options as we came to today. It wasn't that we just selected all the sites that were possible out there. We are only enough to get this done. We selected many sites so there could be many options for us as supervisors. Very different than the South Coast, where we have very few options at the end of the day because it's a constrained area. We have a lot of area in the North County that is undeveloped, but a lot of that is really part of what the North County is. It's charming, it's open space, it's agricultural, but we do have some opportunities within some of these sites that are potentially infill sites that we're able to bridge some gaps. At the same time, as I've been talking on this board for years now about the lack of infrastructure, whether that's commercial or recreation, or as Mr. Wilson pointed out, schools is a big concern. You know, we don't want to solve one problem but create another. And so, you know, for months I've been telling people as we discuss the housing element that I hope in the North County that we have the luxury to use a scalpel instead of a sledgehammer here. And so that's where I've been able to, I think, take this and try to design something that I think we can actually solve the state's requirements just in the 4th District alone. I know there's 2 sites that are outside the 4th District, and one in the 3rd District in San Ynez Valley, and one in the 1st District in the Cuyama Valley. And whether my colleagues decide to support those or not, I'll support you if you want that. If that's not something you want to see move forward today, I'm okay with that too. I think we can get this accomplished with just sites in the 4th District. And I want to also make sure people understand that when we meet the, up here on the screen, when we have a compliant housing element, it's not that we just rezone maybe 100 units, because I think that's what right now the deficit is. When we're done with this and we're compliant, we'll actually have 2,710 zoned units in the North County that have not been developed yet. That's because we have a large inventory of already sites here in the North County. So I just want people to keep that in mind, that these aren't the first and last zoned properties in the North County. We have a significant inventory already that exists. And that's part of the decision making that goes into this for me, is knowing that we already have sites that are already zoned a certain way. We need to move those forward as well. This is a tool that we're going to use to advance some projects. But, you know, we've got a lot to get to before we finally have the same problem that you guys have in the South Coast, where you're having to maybe look at agricultural properties or properties that were not traditionally zoned for residential. So just want to kind of add that as the basic foundation of where we're at for the North County. You know, the criteria that I looked at, you know, we talked about job housing imbalance, is which sites would best help serve jobs, knowing that the growth area in our county, or at least in North County, besides our agricultural community, is Vandenberg Space Force Base. Vandenberg puts out this little brochure where it's their housing portfolio about their needs that they have. And I've been keeping this with me the whole entire time, because I know that's part of the mission here, is not only building housing to satisfy this criteria here, but also satisfy some of our big economic needs in the North County. And so that's been one of the criteria. The other one was making sure that we have sites that can pursue other advantages for the community, the commercial and the recreational ones. And so some of the sites that I've looked at and that I'll be supporting meet those needs, where they will help advance commercial projects. It's really hard to build commercial right now because the financing is a little bit different than residential. So when a project can have residential and commercial together, they're able to advance a little easier. So that's something that was an advantage that I was looking for. I'm also looking for recreational opportunities. Which projects help advance community spaces, whether it's the Orchid Creek Trail or some parks for the area. And then some of the projects what other projects can help advance maybe some of our nonprofits. You know, Boys and Girls Club is one that's been mentioned here. That's definitely going to be high on my list. But also there's one on here. It's the Element Church. It's right there in the Clark area. And, you know, they have a small site there where they could do some units there that could help them advance their ministry. They're right across from our continuation high school, so there might be some synergy there. And so that's a really neat project that I'm going to have on here as well moving forward. So with that, and I'm hoping to ultimately get support from my colleagues, and I'm happy to answer questions on the sites that I may not select. I've done this many times we've gone through this drill. I wonder if some of those sites that showed up on the ranking list came from our office as we went through that many times. The first one that I really wanted to make sure, and that's speaking to the housing and job issue, is the Apollo project. It is a project that is considered one of our pending projects, but I want to make sure it gets rezoned so it can advance that project.
Just a second, Bob. So can we put up the, we're going to put up the Excel spreadsheet,
Balancing tool.
and the balancing tool, and we'll work our way through. Okay, so we'll start with D4 and just walk through there, if you could.
So the Apollo project, and I'm supporting that with the zoning. I think that they're proposing that at DR 2025 for that. It's already counted in our numbers, and that's why we get to 99, because it hits the affordability piece.
Would you propose rezoning the rec with that?
Yes. And I would definitely propose that the balance of that be rezoned rec open space.
So when you hit one like that, do you want to just get a kind of look at whether or not you see three heads, arms?
That sounds...
Yeah, I'm good with that.
You're good? Okay. All right. The next highest one on my list is the Boys and Girls Club property, and that's 4 acres at DR 2025. Just so the community's knowledge on that, and for my colleagues' sake, this is a site that was previously identified as the Orchid Aqua Center, and unfortunately that nonprofit went out of business, was not able to develop, and that left some hard feelings in our community because they really always saw that as eventually kind of the recreational core. It's right in the center of the Orchid area. Luckily, our Boys and Girls Club purchased it from the outgoing board, and they are looking to potentially put some housing on that. The money that they make on potentially putting this multifamily housing on it would produce some income that would allow them to potentially build a clubhouse and maybe some recreational facilities. So it really rounded out. Again, I'm somebody who grew up in Orchid, like some of our speakers today, and it was always a common thing, there's nothing to do in town for kids. Boys and Girls Club is a successful nonprofit locally. They've got a great reputation, even though that they're in the city of Santa Maria predominantly. They operate many of the youth sports in the Orchid area, and actually having a physical presence in the Orchid area would be huge for my community. So again, this is making this potentially, besides the Apollo, my highest priority project moving forward. I've had the commitment from their board that they're going to go ahead and reinvest back into the community. They don't need to necessarily make a profit here, but we're going to help them meet their mission by moving this forward. So that's my next one on the list. Everybody's good with that?
Supervisor Nelson through the chair. The PC, just to clarify, make sure we're crystal clear, the PC had recommended rezoning the southern 4 acres.
That's correct.
Is that consistent with your proposal?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, it was all unanimous.
We're assuming
So
Supervisor Williams is nodding his head as well.
Okay, great.
Yeah, Doss,
I don't
yell
see him
out
on TV.
if you see us put a Y and you don't like it.
Okay.
Yeah, I like both of
And
those.
sorry. One other confirmation on the density.
DR 2025?
2025.
Yes. And hearing from my colleagues on their concern about the deed restriction, I'm going to let that issue go, that if they want to use the by right zoning there, they'll have to conform to that. So I'm going to let go of that issue. So for those of you that were concerned, that was what I was doing. So I heard from you guys loud and clear on that's a concern. The next one is Keyside 11. Again, this is one of those sites that I understood. I heard from the Tree Amigos, and I appreciate them and some of the other neighbors that reached out to us in the last couple of days. I think this is a site that creates an opportunity for community there. I know those people that have private views of open space are going to be concerned about losing that, as well as the environmental and ecological impact. I believe there'll be some site-specific work to try to minimize that the best as possible. But I really like this site in part because it's near the 135 for Vandenberg Air Space Force workers. It's a step-down facility property, so that as it builds up in scale, it's not going to look as bulky. So I think it's going to really help with the aesthetics in that area. And it's along the Clark corridor, so it's really easy to traverse. And so I think that's going to be ultimately good for the residents to get on and off the area and not have as many traffic potential and circulation impacts. So and it also has that commercial component, which I think is important for the Orchid community.
And the rec?
And yes, in the balance to be zoned rec.
And just to confirm, it will follow the PC recommendation, which has C2 on one portion, DR 2025 on one portion, and rec on a third. Yeah, okay. I see heads nodding. Okay.
I just have one question. So the rec portion, does that include all the stuff that's in the floodplain?
It does. It's open space rec, I think, is the zoning that we would put and we would be mindful of what we could do environmentally there, I would imagine.
Got it.
As the public can see, if you look at our balancing tool, we're already at the requirement to move forward. That said, I'm not done yet, so I just want to make sure we point that out, that despite the fact that we could stop here and have a compliant housing element, I'm going to move forward some other sites because I do want to see other projects move along, and I do think this is an opportunity to do that. So I'm also going to put key site 10 on there, which is number 3. It's the southern portion. And I want to point out to that that Supervisor Hartman mentioned about that there's somewhat of a constrained site. At one point, I think they were looking at 176 units for this parcel, or this is far originally. This is when we did the document. You guys remember the number that we had in the environmental document for key site 10? Yeah, it was well over 100. I think it was 170. So I think that this is a much more compatible footprint on there. Again, this would be the PC recommendation on the 2025 on that. This is owned by a local builder who is interested in building potentially affordable to own properties on these. And so he's working with our office to explore that. So that would be key site 10.
Supervisor Nelson through the chair, and just to confirm again, the PC had recommended 4.5 acres.
That's fine. Don't want to confuse the situation.
Yeah.
The next one was the Element Church. I think we had 1.5 acres. It was not a PC recommended site.
Is that known by another name?
It's not. It's down the bottom. Yeah, last one. I think originally it was 1.5 acres. I think we want to hit the minimum, which is a 0.8 acres. Just for the record, they could move forward with an SB4 project. I don't know if you guys have heard about this one. It's called Yigby. Yes, in God's backyard. So they could go down that route if they needed to, but I like this because it gives them some options. They could either use our zoning that we're going to put here, or they could go down the Yigby route. So 0.8, and that would be on there. It doesn't produce a lot of units, but I do think it creates an opportunity for their work already with the Delta High School, with their transition school, to maybe do something there, or and it's right there on Clark, where we're already going to do some improvements potentially for Key Site 11. So I think there's a good opportunity there. I do want to mention another project here that is a little bit tricky.
Hold on,
yeah.
Bob. Do we have Element?
Supervisor Nelson through the chair. The density.
The 2025.
2025.
DR 2025.
Thank you.
And then let's just look around the room on Element.
Sorry.
We okay? Yeah, I don't have a problem with it.
Okay. I'm the one that's going to have to live with it.
Would you
yeah.
be able to weigh in on Planning Commission decision there?
Our office was in contact with the Element Church. We hadn't heard back from the church board yet.
Okay.
So we didn't want to push it until we had heard back. The church board voted to support that, so then that's why it ended up on there late.
Okay.
The next one would be going, sorry, I don't have it right. The Hummel Cottages. That was another PC recommendation. And that would be adjacent potentially to, I'm going to go ahead and support that one as well. It's a PC recommendation. It's an affordable, potentially 100% affordable project.
General concurrence? Okay. Thank you.
And I do want to talk about that intersection, and I'm going to address Key Site 26 here at some point as well. As we can see, if you can scale back once you get a chance with that, all that housing that is potentially in that corridor. The last week of March this year, we had a young lady crossing the crosswalk at Hummel and Union Valley Parkway and was struck by a car going full speed up Union Valley Parkway when she was walking to Rigetti High School. It's a very dangerous intersection. We're going to go ahead and move forward with advancing it in the Orchid Transportation Improvement Plan to put a stoplight there. But if we hope to develop all that, which is probably over 1,000 units, well over 1,000 units in that area, we're going to need to do some serious evaluation of traffic. That's why I've been really concerned about the circulation. I don't want to make exemptions because I really have some health and safety concerns in that area. And I just wanted to point that out while we were there because I think I want to address a couple other projects in a moment. But I wanted to put a placeholder there. The next one, you guys heard from Key Site 1. Brandon Mann was here for Key Site 1. And it's a little wonky, and this is something I've been working on for a little bit, was we have a MRO zoning in Key Site 3, which is just to the south there. You see number 2. That was originally zoned MRO in 2009 as part of the original housing element update that we had. It was the first time that we did some rezones. As I like to point out, the only place in the county that we did any rezones for the last 2 cycles have been in Orchid. That project has been stalled for quite some time because of lack of infrastructure and the fact that the owner of the property is really not a builder. He's more of a entitler. So it's been a big concern there. So that zoning has been sitting dormant for, we're looking at 15 plus years. Even getting the project around that through the planning, through an entitlement, it's still not gone anywhere. They just put it up for sale immediately after they got it rezoned. It needs significant infrastructure issues, and it's got a lot of challenges. Key Site 1, on the other hand, is ready to go. We've got a ready developer who's ready to push that project. They need some bedroom doors to go with a commercial project to get that developed. I'm interested in, with support of my colleagues, have actually moved the zoning of the MRO from Key Site 3 to Key Site 1. Planning was aware of this. It was actually evaluated in the housing element update as a possibility. And I mentioned it actually back when we had a Key Site 3 hearing that that's something I like to do. I didn't know if we'd have that opportunity. It looks like we do. I think that would potentially help advance that project. The Key Site 3 developer believes that he's put a letter in the record, believes that he has an entitlement there. And if he wants to be able to prove that up, that I think is on him to do that. But I think for the purposes of moving this forward, I like to see that today, the transfer of that MRO zoning from Key Site 3 to Key Site 1. I'd be happy to answer questions about that.
Or could we hear from Director Plowman just a little more about that?
Supervisor Hartman through the chair. So, Supervisor Nelson is correct that this site was rezoned as part of a previous housing element, and the applicant of Key Site 3 does have a vested map on that site, and so that is I think that's the question as to whether or not they would challenge the county's decision to move the MRO off the site into Key Site 1.
The worst case scenario that my proposal is that I'm incorrect, and then you end up having housing on both sites. I think you're going to need housing to move Key Site 1 forward, especially with that commercial piece. So I think that this is something that would be acceptable.
Would the county be sued?
Potentially.
So,
yeah, I'm curious about Key Site 1. Why can't it just be rezoned as any other rezone that we're doing?
It could be. I think there's some traffic issues there of having both of them that we're going to have to address in the future. I know they're going to be coming forward with a project in the future to make this palpable for me within my community. I was going to offset one for the other.
It's one for the other.
One for the
Okay,
other.
so I know Key Site 3 is not popular, and but the fact is it hasn't been built for 15 years. But it's entitled. So that one I would either have to hear more, get like a legal opinion on or something before I made a decision on that, because that one I understand why you would want to do it, and I've never really heard of swapping zoning before, but we're doing a lot of new things
We
today,
could table
so.
that maybe for Friday. Maybe
Yeah.
you guys could
Yeah.
inquire with staff, but table that conversation until Friday.
Okay.
All right. And then the last one that I wanted to mention, I guess I wanted to mention the reason why at this point I didn't have Mariposa Real on the project was in part because I don't know exactly what they want to do besides that they just want to have some units there. That's the People Self-Help Housing Project. I haven't had a conversation with them at any point, so I don't know what they're proposing. And that's a lot of units there while we're trying to figure out that intersection. I'd be happy to continue the conversation with them. We just have never had a conversation. So throwing another 90 units in that corridor without understanding what that project looks like is challenging, as well as having Key Site 26 there as well, which I'm going to address here in a minute. So I like to table the Mariposa Real project for now, but invite them to work with our office and the county to potentially do the development agreement on that to see that move forward. I haven't seen any type of site plan. I'm just really unaware of what they're potentially proposing. And so it's just an invitation to come back. I think it needs to be vetted a little bit more. And that takes me to Key Site 26. And there's
Before you go there,
sure.
Can we just ask, so did you just lay off Blue Sky and Chumash because
I'm waiting
different districts?
yeah, whatever.
Okay. So you're just doing your district.
I was just
Got
trying
it.
to do my district, and I was going to support all of you and yours, hopefully.
Yep. Okay.
So Key Site 26 is, there's a lot to be said about where we're at today and why. I do believe if Key Site 26 from day one would have been working with the county to try to get the water, try to develop a plan, that this would be a part of the housing element right now. The problem is that they're kind of been running three tracks at once. They've run the city annexation deal, they've run the builder's remedy, and then kind of coming in late to try to work out a deal with the county on fitting into our rezone. I think that there's still a lot of pending parts of a deal there for what that looks like. Traffic improvements, as we mentioned before. I think 750 homes is actually not what they're even proposing. So even that number is off. Water still needs to be resolved. We think we have a solution, but it needs to be resolved. And I really want to make sure if Orchid's going to move its largest commercial site off of where it is now and move it to another part of the site, I want to make sure that commercial gets built. I just don't want it to become now a housing site, and now we just have a dormant commercial site that's not available. I've been working with Mr. Mavis and Mr. Arnold from Cavill, and I'm confident that they can put that together and that we can put that together with them. We've been making great progress recently, and so what I would hope and what my direction would be is that we direct staff, because they're going to come in the door and ask for a development agreement, to work on a development agreement to bring it forward, and that we perfect that rezoned when we come to a conclusion on that development agreement. So it wouldn't be this week, but it would be hopefully in the near future as we continue to wrestle with that. We have an environmental document that they can use, as well as the environmental work that they've already done. I'm saying it publicly. I want to work with them to get this done. This isn't just a move to throw sand in the gears for their project. I just think there's too many question marks on this project to go ahead and do this zoning right now. And so I know that they have to ask for a development agreement, but I'm hoping once they ask for a development agreement formally, that we can direct staff to seriously negotiate with them. Already, with just what we have in the 4th District, we're already 114 units above. That site comes on, we're going to be another you will be over 200 units above, and we haven't even looked at some of the other sites. So that's where I hope we can move forward with this at this time.
Mr. Chair, just for consistency, I think it would be good to go back to Mariposa Royale. We heard from Supervisor Nelson, his thoughts on that one. It was included in the Planning Commission recommended package, so perhaps we could hear from the rest of the board members.
Supervisor Hartman?
Yeah, I'll jump in on 2 points. Again, I think there's a need for deed-restricted affordable housing, and as I understand people self-help, that's what they do. So I still favor this and the Latter-day Saints because I think we've made some ambitious assumptions in North County about affordability, and I think that that's an important thing over time. Am I wrong about this site? Quizzical looks.
No, you're correct.
Okay, so that's my conceptual stance. With regard to Key Site 26, in my view, I wouldn't hold pursuing different tracks against them. I mean, a developer has invested a great deal. I would be doing the same thing, trying to figure out which option would work. And I think they've said they're willing to do a development agreement, and so if we can come up with some direction to staff that would move it forward, because I think it's bad government when people get really stuck, especially with an infill parcel that would make sense. So that's my stance on it.
So we're trying to unstuck them. There's
yeah, maybe development agreement is what you could put by my vote would be a DA.
Yeah.
Direction for DA.
And
we'll put that in the notes.
I'm good with that as well.
Yeah.
Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify on Mariposa Real that Supervisor Nelson, I thought it was a TBD, not a no.
It's TBD. I don't think we do it this week because I think we need to know more about the project. And I also have some traffic concerns there and safety concerns.
Okay.
That still need to be resolved that the environmental document did not address. I've been pretty open with working with nonprofit developers to do DAs. I mean, we did the first one, Keyside H. We have a 99 unit project in my district. I'm ready to do those, guys. I'm not trying to stand in the way, but the projects need to fit. And we don't want to overwhelm the system by just doing it because, I think we're cramming it in. We no longer need to do it to satisfy the state. Okay. Right now, we have with the 114 units over, before we're even looking at the first or the third district, we're now at 1,042 lower income units in the North County. So we have abilities to work through some of these things. And there are incentives if they do additional deed restriction for them. And I would hope that some of those projects would take advantage of that. If we overbuild the North County and just select them because they're there, we also run into the issue of job housing imbalance, right? We were trying to hit those numbers. And so I'm still open to them all. I just think they need additional vetting is what I'm saying. Right now, this is the sledgehammer that I was talking about, that we're doing too much all at once, that we can use a scalpel, select some really good sites, start to move those along, and then have additional conversations with some of these other sites that are going to be able to take advantage of the environmental document here. So there's a lot of value here, and this is not a, winners and losers. This is just a yield sign, not a stop sign.
Yes, Supervisor Hartman.
So just speak to deed restricted. I mean, I know you said it's affordable by today's market,
Mm-hmm.
but tell me who is concerned about the future and who sees people, and we heard families doubling up in housing. And wanting to keep something that we do today into the future affordable.
Yeah, my concern with deed restriction is how that impacts developers who can build affordable by market rate, affordable by design. I think there's a real capability of that. We're right there on the cusp already, and to meet that lower income number, and we have not produced very many multifamily residences. I do believe that demand, the price will drop a little bit when we have additional supply there. It's probably not completely inelastic, right? So there's some issues there. some of these projects are going to have deed restriction already if they want to take advantage of the some of the state density bonuses and some of the other exemptions. So those are still not still options for many of these projects beyond this rezoning. Again, I'm concerned about some of the extra pieces around that, whether it's safety, traffic, some things that can be maybe massaged. Many of these developers, LDS for one, they've only started talking to our office and getting feedback over the last 2 weeks. Many of your offices have had, year-long conversations with some of these sites. I'm open. I've always been open. My door is always open to projects, but they're kind of running in the last minute and doing something that's not really as vetted as it should be. Many of you guys have had big meetings on, like Glen Annie, where you guys had big community meetings. I would love to be able to do that on some of these sites to make them better. And I'm telling you all right now, I'm committed to doing it. I've done it before, and I'm saying it publicly. I'm willing to continue to do on these sites. I just don't want to use a sledgehammer here. I want to make sure that we're being very careful about that. The other piece that I think we all need to remind ourselves is that Santa Maria has brought in thousands of units, and most of those deed restricted. So, part of what the issue in the Orchid is the issues of housing within the city of Santa Maria that ends up coming in kind of more the suburbs. City of Santa Maria, that's actually where we want to have most of the densities within cities, not necessarily into these unincorporated areas where we don't have the same levels of services. So it is a collective effort as a valley, and I do think we're making progress here. I know these are kind of some of the first ones up, and we're asking, well, why would we say no to these things? I feel like potentially we're being penalized for putting more options on the table, and I don't want to get penalized for that. I think that is kind of acting a little bit in bad faith, because I threw a lot of things out there so we could have this flexibility, so we could choose better sites at the end, not just accept everything because all housing is good and that's the end of the story. And I'm still open. We need to build an inventory so that when we hit this housing cycle 7 years from now, not 8, that we're in a position to not have to have the same exercise because we're building the houses we need to, and hopefully going above those numbers. So I hope that the fact that we're already over, just using my district alone, shows that we're trying to get that done.
All right, and again, this is conceptual, so we all have a few days to kind of to think about this. So let's finish this up with Supervisor Hartman. You want to talk about GMASH, and we'll go to Doss
Yes.
for Blue Sky.
We've been looking at my donations for the campaign, and I did receive a donation from the tribal chair, so I need to declare that and return it. And I support this housing because it's the only proposed housing in the Santa Ynez Valley. It's desperately needed. We even need more than this, but so I'm supportive.
I'm good with it.
I see General nodding. Yep. Okay.
We're good. All right. Supervisor Williams, do you want to talk about Cuyama?
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that Cuyama has its own jobs housing imbalance. There's a lot of people that commute into Cuyama, and obviously Cuyama as a community has a great yearning for enough services, and those services also can be facilitated with the right kind of housing, i.e. that there would be enough demand in the community to sustain some of the services that Cuyama desires. I also think that Blue Sky is a tremendously vetted and trusted, applicant in the community's perspective. And there's a lot of people I know in Cuyama, and I only can think of one that's opposed to the project. So I think we should support it.
Okay. I'm good. Bob, good?
Yeah.
Yep. John? Okay. All right. So does staff want to recap real quick what they see?
Sure.
And then we'll go from there.
Oh, and Mr. Chair, I also support the idea of doing a development agreement at Key Site 26, which I think is the consensus.
Okay.
Remember?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think I'll just go through the sites where we have agreement. So we have Apollo, which is in Vandenberg Village, Blue Sky Center, in Cuyama, the Boys and Girls Club in Orcutt, Chumash site in Santa Ynez, Hummel Cottages, Key Site 10 and 11, and Element Church. Those are the sites that make up the housing plan that you see on the right side of the screen. That means you are 205 units above the lower income target. And that is the conceptual motion that we would have for Friday at this point.
Okay, and then I guess on my end, I need to get a little more educated on moving zoning from 1 to 3 and 3 to 1, however that's going to work. And then 26 is basically working on a development agreement. And that
would be post rezone.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So we don't need to take a vote or anything, but does anybody have any other concerns, questions? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, I just wanted to point out just to the numbers on it. For those of you that are concerned that the North County may not be trying, have appropriate amount of sites zoned, if you add all those numbers up there, we have 3,555 units that we potentially can develop in the North County that would actually hit all three of those categories, including over 1,100. And that's in the unincorporated North County. That's not our cities. That's not the city of Lompoc or the city of Santa Maria. So I think that is a good faith effort. I think that the state should really appreciate what we're doing here. This is a painful process for many in our community, but I think it's a reasoned way to go about it. And we still have some other options that we can continue to have conversations on that are going to make this number potentially go higher if we can come to some agreements. So I think it's a good move.
Supervisor Capps.
I just wanted to weigh in on, join Supervisor Hartman in support of the Latter-day Saints before we move on. Thanks.
Okay. And with that, I guess we will adjourn until May 3rd. Oh, we do need to go to closed session. So we're going to recess to closed session. Madam Clerk, can you read in closed session, or County Council, please? If everybody could just, it's only going to take us 30 seconds to finish, but we do need to hear this, so if you could just wait for 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The board's scheduled for one item for closed session, existing litigation, American Medical Response West versus the county. It's a Santa Barbara County Superior Court case, and the time estimate is about an hour.
1 hour. So we will be back at about 1:45 to close out this meeting. And thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Oh, okay, we're reconvening the meeting of April 30th, 2024. County Council, can you please report out from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session on one item of existing litigation, American Medical Response West versus County of Santa Barbara, and the board took no reportable action.
Okay, so we're adjourned to Friday, May 3rd in Santa Barbara.